We have two types of religious, and you can also show dimensions. So with a few more minutes for people to come, a few minutes, and then ready to watch more games?
Because of the way we have the camera set up, I mean, we'll slide over. Yeah, just slide down a little bit so we all look in the picture. Oh, sorry.
Is that better? Or do you want me to move a certain way?
That's good.
Okay.
So then,
Yep.
is that?
Seems just pathetic. There's a pathetic tempo on my place, some screen time.
We're not ready.
We are, yeah.
Welcome everyone to day one of President's Cup, the final four of collegiate chess, round two. And here today with me are our two hosts, Women International Masters Dragana Pecheva from Bulgaria and Women International Master Tarini Goyal from India. So I'll turn it over to them.
Hello everyone. So today we are going to be commenting the second round of the President's Cup, where our team is facing the team of Missouri, and UTRGV is facing Webster. And yeah, here is my teammate Tarini.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us for the second round of the Final Four Chess Championship. And as we were talking about, UTRGV is playing against Webster University, and UTD, the university we also represent, is playing for University of Missouri. And in the first round, the University of Webster won against UT Dallas by 3.5, and University of Missouri won against University of Texas Rio Grande Valley by 2.5, so 1.5, sorry. And now we will see an interesting matchup where the underdogs are going to be fighting against the slight favorites who have established themselves in round one. It's going to be very interesting as the games start and go forward.
Okay, so we can maybe move to the game. Trotsky is facing Grigori Oparin. Both players are representing the United States, and David has white pieces, so he is going to probably push against Oparin, who is the rating favorite in the match, but yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. On the second board, Kostov Chaterie is playing against Antipov, where Antipov is white, and he can be dangerous with both colors, but yeah, Kostov will probably play more solid since he has black pieces. After that, on third board, we have Brian Escalante with white pieces playing against Raja Harshid. Yeah, Brian is representing UTD, and Raja is representing Mizu. And the last board is European battle. Karolis Juxta against Vuka Putisavljevic. It's gonna be like very interesting match overall. So we are cheering for our guys, and yeah, we are waiting for the games to start. So
I think the games should have started, but
There's a 15-minute delay.
yeah, there's probably.
okay, yeah, okay. So we are waiting for the delay to start
We're waiting for us to see the.
to catch up.
Yeah.
And maybe, do you want to say about the other match?
Yeah, so in the match of UTRGV versus Webster University, Viktor Gazik from UTRGV is playing against Aram Hakobian of Webster. Aram was white in the previous game and played a very attacking and a solid game. He was pushing his pawns, and he established a very good position in just out of the opening. And now that Aram is going to be black, it's going to be more interesting because we'll be waiting to see if Kazik can create an initiative out of the opening. Oh. No, Aram is black.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. Lichess is wrong.
Yeah, it seems like we're ahead of Lichess as of now. And on the second board is Georgian Grandmaster Beradze versus Grandmaster from Hungary, Benjamin Gledura. And this is a very close match, and both players are quite strong. They play solid chess, and they can also rise to the occasion whenever there is a dynamic position. And on the third board is also Hungarian Grandmaster Duden Gleb, playing against Indian Grandmaster Harsha Bharatkoti. And as of in the previous game, again similar to Aram, Harsha sees the initiative as white pieces and managed to convert that initiative. And now again, it's he's going to be playing as black. He has a very dynamic style, and so does Duden, so it's also going to be a good lineup. And on the fourth board is Druska from Slovakia against Quesada from Cuba. Quesada did not play the first match, so it's his start of the tournament. So the good part is that he'd probably be well rested for this particular match. And honestly, I was not expecting. I thought Cantor was going to continue to play.
Yeah, actually, I was also thinking because Cantor played the first game and he played quite well against Karolis. They end up in a draw. But yeah, I guess they put Quesada. Maybe they're hoping that he can prepare the whole morning and with white pieces just try to win the game. I guess the strategy of the team will be to, of course, try to win with white and hold with black. And for sure, it's not gonna be easy honestly, for Druska, I guess. But since, okay, he's also a little bit with lower rating, and Quesada is a grandmaster, and Druska is international master, but okay, titles, of course, are not playing the game, so yeah, everyone will show, I guess, I hope, their best chess. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm very curious what will happen in this match. Okay, for the other match of UTD, of course, we are hoping for the best for UTD. And what do you think will happen in this match? Like, honestly,
Anyone from the audience would like to
yeah.
pitch in?
Any.
Or which team are you rooting for?
We're all worried for you guys.
Let's
Okay,
go.
yeah.
Promise.
Yeah, I guess Webster is the rating favorite, but anything can happen. The pressure is also pretty big, and it's a second round for the day, so it's not gonna be easy for anyone.
Also, UTRGV. Go ahead. Also, UTRGV was not the rating favorite in the first round either, but they put up a very strong fight actually. And despite their fourth board walkover against University of Mizzou, they still had like 1.5 on the 3 boards that they actually played. So they seem to be fighting very well, which can pose challenges for the favorite Webster. And we have the broadcast coming in.
Okay, so let's move on to the games. Let's start with David Brodsky against Oparin. Let's see what happened in the openings. So we see the Sicilian defense. Oh, why is this so loud? Okay. Is that fine? Okay, so far both players are prepared, so I guess that's why they're playing so fast. We see, if I'm not mistaken, the Kalashnikov from Oparin, and that means that it's gonna be a very dynamic game. So where in this position, White has the square d5, which Black gave in the opening, and Black will most likely try to play f5 at some point. Okay, knight c4. Yeah, so David is going for knight e3,
You
knight
might
d4.
want to mute the sound on your
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Strength.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I think now it's much better. Yeah, rook b8. Why is it not moving? Okay. Bishop e3, b5, knight e2, knight f6. Okay, seems both players are actually very well knowledge about the position, because we see Oparin has like he already gained 4 minutes out of the opening, and David also didn't spend a single minute thinking, and yeah, I guess both players have this have deep preparation. Let's see what David will show us. He will fight, of course, for advantage. Now, what is left is to develop, I guess, the king's side, the bishop. Maybe he wants directly to take on a6 at some point, and then he needs to, okay, of course, make a castle and hide the king. And yeah, Oparin is also, he's very strong theoretician, since if we take into consideration that he is a second of Caruana, yeah, it's not surprising that he's playing so fast in the opening. And yeah.
Yeah, actually, both players, the way I see it, both players are capable of playing machine-level chess, and they've already played 11 moves with the correct theory, which they probably have practiced multiple times, and they know what's going on in the position so far. And yeah, probably, like, I think the main move here is bishop a6, but probably David is considering if there are other alternatives, or maybe he's just trying to recollect his preparation just so that he's sure. Like, sometimes players know what to play, but at the same time they want to be sure of the moves that are to come ahead, because if you play bishop a6 right now, then Black's move is kind of like almost clear that they just want to develop their piece, like bishop to e7 and play castle. So Yeah, but probably there's still both in Rev.
Yeah, that is true. I myself, I think I like to spend some time in the opening, even though I know what I'm going to play, just so I can s- go deeper in the position and start feeling it better, because you know, the lines tend to end at some point, and then it's important to not start thinking at this moment, but actually be aware and feel the position. So also, I guess, like, whenever David sees that Oparin is playing so fast, he might have some psychological pressure that Oparin is well prepared, which can be true, which can be just psychological. So David prefers to spend some time and be sure that everything is going to be alright, and there is no, for example, no trap which Oparin is preparing.
Actually, interestingly, there is not many games of this position played so far, and at some point they deviated from the main moves around this point, I think. Yeah, here David went for bishop e3, which is not played as much in the past. Yeah, like the more obvious move was, yes, knight e3, as we've also seen in many games, and there were other moves also, like which white has been playing in practice, which is say knight d5, but playing bishop e3 here, also with like a lot of time on the clock, probably the player does have something in mind, and they have their preparation, as we were discussing. And but this is like a bold move to go for bishop e3 here, because you're allowing b5 without taking control of any of the squares so far. So if they would have gone, like if white is going knight e3 here, they're taking control of d5 in the next move, or they may play knight d5 directly, or they may play a4 to prevent b5 or like challenge b5. So the very fact that we see bishop e3 here is a decision that is like not natural and needs some intricate thinking about the position. Because having this setup is definitely like not the most comfortable, but it's not like white is in trouble or anything. Like white is doing pretty fine, but it's just like going for some relatively more interesting play as compared to the usual lines.
Yeah, it seems like David prepared for sure this line, because yeah, as Tarini said, playing bishop e3 with 0 seconds of thinking, and then going back knight e2 instead of playing knight e3, knight e5, it's for sure something David prepared. But it doesn't seem that Oparin is very surprised, even though the line is pretty rare, and yeah, it will be interesting.
So we could probably move on to the next game of
Yeah.
Kostov Chatterjee versus Antipov.
Yeah, moving on, we have Kostov from UTD with black. And what happened here? So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c6. So that's Slav defense, bishop g5, one of the main lines. Antipov is also a very strong theoretician, as we know, and
they converted into Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation pretty soon, and started out as what looked as a semi-Slav is now Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. And going forward, as bishop f4 is not the most common move. Usually white just goes bishop h4, but it's an interesting choice to go bishop f4 and deviate from the main line so early on in this particular opening, at least.
yeah, bishop f4 is actually interesting, but there is some ideas. For example, Later on tip of my placed rook on c1, and yeah, there is even tactics with if the knight goes to h5, there is this trap of knight d4, cd4, bishop c7, trapping the queen on d8. If black plays like if the king is on e8 or castle and rook e8, then there's gonna be no space for the queen.
We can show it happen now.
Okay, for example, theoretically, if black plays castle, I go rook. Okay, I go also castle. Black goes rook e8. I go rook c1. That's of course very theoretical, but it's just an interesting trap I have seen. And knight h5 here, I think it's not working because knight d5, and if c takes d5, there is bishop c7, and now the queen on d8 is trapped. And if not c takes d5, then after knight f4, there is simply knight f4, and white is going to be just up a pawn. Of course, Kostov is not going to fall for this, but many people has fallen for this. And what we can also say about the position is that we have the very famous Karlsbad structure, and there are different plans for both sides. One of the plans is just the minority attack for white on the queen side, but overall the position is very solid and it's going to be a long game.
Yeah, and also both players are very comfortable in these positions. So we're going to see who's going to basically control their nerves till the very end and see which, how they can display some of the skills better from now on, going forward, because first of all, these positions are also very well analyzed, and they also have played these structures pretty much all of their lives at this point. So yeah, we could probably see the next match of Raja Harshit versus Brian Escalante. And Brian is white, representing UTD. He goes for one of his usual openings. Harshit, I'm not sure if Harshit usually plays this opening. Most of the times I faced Harshit, I was black, so I had to prepare a lot of e4, I think. Yeah, but a lot of just openings from black side.
Yeah, I also faced once Raja in Serbia Open, and I was also black. We played some Caro-Kann, yeah, so we are not sure if that's something he usually plays with black, but it seems that both players are feeling quite comfortable. And okay, now we see Brian is spending some time, so maybe he will start thinking himself, because maybe something surprised him in the opening, for example.
So around move 8, when white goes again bishop e3, seems like a bold choice in almost every game at this point. Yeah, so bishop e3 was again committing to the square. Normally, yes, in a lot of Sicilian structures, bishop e3 is the most normal move. But here, there are other moves which, basically either you don't commit or you go for the initiative. So you could be either going for bishop g5, creating pressure with your bishop, or you could simply choose to have the bishop on c1 and decide later, or go for f4 castle or castle f4. Basically, try to get something on the king side as fast as possible, as opposed to maintaining the position, because as we can see, black is also not stopping, and they're also trying on the queen side already. I mean, it's not that they can create an attack at this point, but still they can at least develop their pieces and know that this is the side that they are playing on. So these are also structures that have been played in the past, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. And the question is now whether Brian would choose to go queen d2 and potentially, I don't think long castle is a thing, but like just queen d2 and delay castle, or like even consider long castle at some point, or just simply go long castle right away. Which, to be honest, if I was white, I would just go short castle right away and decide what to do after that. See how I can improve my position and develop my pieces after that, rather than having the king in the center for very long.
Yeah, you may go for short castle. I think Nastia would go for something like g4 instead of bishop e3 and just start attacking on the king side very, very fast. She played this recently in the Southwest Rapid team tournament, which we also hosted on campus. But of course, it's a matter of preference, and choosing bishop e3 is absolutely normal. I guess the idea is to go. I have seen like ideas with queen d2 and long castle, and that's why also black is trying to start advancing the pawns on the queen side, so they can faster start attacking and opening up the position. And yeah, I think white is preparing for. Yeah, okay. Did he play queen d2 or?
Yeah,
No, Ran is thinking, so queen d2 is not played yet. And yeah, in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some position with either opposite side castles, but it's dangerous for black to castle on short side due to g4, h4. Honestly, I would be very scared about it, so maybe black will just stay in the center with the king. Yeah. I think so. That's what I would do.
Yeah, at some point, black will have to see what to do with the king, because yes, going short castle is risky, but usually that's what happens in such structures, that black does go short castle and then just defend on that side or try to create counter on the queen side. And that's why I think at some point I just stopped playing these structures from black side, because it gets a little bit too difficult to handle the attack sometimes. But yeah, that's why it's a smart decision not to commit castle from black right away and extend, like it creates some sort of counter already on the queen side, so that when white is trying to push their pawns on the king side, we also, like black also has something from the queen side going on already. But keeping the king in the center too long will also not be very beneficial for black here, especially if, say, white goes something like queen d2 and long castle. It's very easy to try to plan a break in the center already. I think there was some sort of progress in this position.
Was it?
Yeah. Ran plays a3.
Ah.
Oh, interesting. A3 was one of the top moves, I guess, but I'm not quite sure of. So the most common move here would be, yeah, like the maximum number of games are with queen d2, but it looks like a3 is also has been played a couple of times. Not by any prominent players in the recent past. What could be? So it's interesting that white is giving up their bishop and gonna be taking not with the a pawn anymore, because if you look at it, usually the side that's giving up their bishop, say on b3, they would just go move their corner pawn towards the center, and that's just something that you learn from the time you're like starting to learn chess, that you want to bring your pieces towards the center, and even it applies to even the pawns on the farthest of the edges, that you just want to take like a b3 or h takes g3. So it's like it takes some calculation and understanding to be able to forego that and know that when knight takes b3 happens, you're not going to be taking with the a pawn anymore, and probably going to be taking with the knight, because if you take with the c pawn, it just ruins your structure a bit, in my opinion, and you would rather like take with the knight and have your structure intact. and then continue with the position. And white is still doing pretty fine, as like they're kind of ahead on development already. And they don't really have any weaknesses.
Yeah, a3 is for sure not the most typical move, and probably that means that Brian has something in mind. Overall, the position will be very complicated, and I guess both players will spend a lot of time because the price of every move is going to be very high, and yeah, one single move can change the direction in which the game is going. So both players, since the position is very sharp, both players will need to play very precisely. A3, it's overall very normal move. Even though the bishop can be exchanged on b3 for the knight on c5, the knight on c5 was also a quite developed and strong piece, and that doesn't mean that black is getting some advantage, because even though black has two bishops, the position is not completely open, and after bishop b7, still thanks to the g2, f3, e4 chain, the bishop on b7 is like closed, and we can say the same about the bishop on f8. They're both not too active so far. Of course, if black manages to hit the center and open up the position, then the two bishops, probably that's going to be the goal of black, to open up the position and just thanks to the bishop pair, get the initiative. But of course, Brian will take this into consideration by choosing the moves he's playing, and he probably will prevent all this, hopefully.
Well, as we were speaking and discussing knight takes b3 in this position, Harshit just played bishop b7. So it seems like Harshit does not want to give up his knight on c5. But at the same time, bishop b7, and now Brian, say, plays bishop a2, and the bishop on a2 on this diagonal of a2 g8 can be dangerous at some point, because now every time black thinks of castling, white has ideas on this diagonal, maybe some sacrifices on e6, maybe f4, f5. It's sure, yes, the knight on c5 is doing well, but it's also something for black to keep in mind as the game progresses, that the bishop can create tricks.
With that being said, maybe we can move on to our fourth board, where Karol is having black pieces against Luka Butisavljevic, and
They seem to have played half of their game so far, as we were discussing the first three matches.
yeah, it seems so. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, cd, ed. So again, we see the Carlsbad structure as in Kostov's game, and again, UTD is going for this structure. Kostov is also playing black. I guess our guys analyze this, and this is, in my opinion, something very solid to go for, because white has no...
Do you want me to join the commentary?
Because I lost my... because white cannot start very sharp attack on the king side or anywhere, and it's gonna be a long game. Probably the attack for white will be on the queen side, and maximum they can take in that case is to make a weakness on c6, but even that is not so easy, because having one weakness, it's still not guaranteeing winning the game. Actually, let's see, they played a lot of moves, so white is going for knight ge2 instead of knight f3. So there are usually in these variations two possibilities for white to play knight e2 or knight f3. So going knight f3 probably means that later on rook b1 and b4 will be played, and or knight e5, but knight e2, the ideas usually are to go for f3 and e4 to prepare to hit the center. Let's see actually what they played. Queen c2. Okay, so far the position is, well, no, knight h5.
So this exact same position, knight h5, occurred in one of the morning matches of UTD, where I think Brian was black and Harsha was white. And the same thing happened, bishop e7, queen e7. And in that game, we saw something very interesting, like rook e1, and black went knight b6 here. And here white found the very interesting and the best idea in this position of going knight to c1, taking their knight to b3, and then pushing the center pawn. So they basically so here you cannot really play f3 because the e3 pawn would be hanging then. So white goes knight c1, takes the knight to b3, defends d4, and prepares e4. And as soon as white played knight b3, f4, f5 followed by e4, black was already struggling in that position. Black was already minus at that point. So it's just that it's very interesting that we saw this same, almost same, exactly same position in the morning, but now we've deviated from it a bit, as here white chose, Luka chose rook ab1, and the game goes slightly differently because Luka does not try to make the f3 e4 work right away. So in the morning match we saw the player trying, the grandmasters trying rook e1, and then they basically moved their knight to try for f3 followed by e4, or just directly f4 and e4, whereas here white is switching between plans and goes rook b1 with the idea to go b4 and create a minority attack on the queen side. So it's also like one of the best flexibilities in this structure is that you can go for the minority attack with b4, a4 and b5, or you can go for f3, e4 with your knight on e2, and both of these pose good problems for black, but at the same time black does have defense. Black also is not in a very tough spot most of the times because they can regroup their pieces in a way that they probably, again, as Kirkana was saying, just have one weakness, and then that is usually not enough to convert the game.
Yeah, so in this position, black is not risking so much, and in comparison to the Sicilian we saw earlier, this position is way more solid, and yeah, the price of every move is not going to be so high because there are probably going to be a lot of moves giving the same evaluation, but it will depend on the preferences of the players. So here Karolis seems to have taken soon the square e4 under control. Probably he just went back knight f6, threatening knight e4. Also, if black has not enough, if white has not enough control, this knight from b6 is going to come to c4. That would be like very good. I'm not sure which position I would take here. It seems that Karolis has very, comfortable position in my opinion. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think knight e4 is probably going to happen. I was also thinking if I can somehow, I'm not sure about black's knight on b6, and either like knight goes to c4 in time, or even maybe knight c8 followed by knight d6 can be considered. Maybe I'm just too slow with knight c8, knight d6, but once the knight is on d6, b7 is protected, not a problem. By the time white tries to create pressure on c6, black can also play knight e4. So I'm not sure if that's a plan. What do you think? I mean, knight e4, yes, is the most obvious plan, I guess.
Yeah, and the knight on b6, it's flexible. Maybe after knight e4, there is one good thing about it, that if we manage to exchange the knight from c3, then the a4 pawn is going to be hanging, and if white decides to go for a5, then b5 hit is not going to be possible anymore, and that will mean that the structure on the queen side is going to be pretty much closed. And yeah, as Talini said, actually I like this knight c8, knight d6 idea. Also now the b4 pawn needs to be protected the whole time, and it's not easy for white because they can also go for the square c5, but that requires some time, and that requires to allow black to play knight e4, and actually it's hard to stop it. Maybe now it's a key moment for white, because they actually need to think about something, because if they just wait, black is going to just achieve all their ideas, and the position of white can start getting worse. Maybe Luka is spending some time thinking maybe if b5, what the usual idea of white is, it's possible. And yeah, that needs to be calculated. b5 seems something that for sure needs to be considered.
So the normal course would be to go AB, but that again, like, black has to deal with the weaknesses, black has to deal with the minority attack. But I think black has a resource here, CB, AB followed by A5, and basically black seems to be doing very well here. Like, that's probably why Luka is considering whether to go B5 in the first place or not, because black managed to sort of salvage the threats on the B file completely by blocking it, and they have the pawn on A5, which is technically a past one for the future for sure, and also right now it's not really a weakness. So maybe that's why B5, like, white could hold back on B5. Also, in such positions, generally, like, whenever you want to go for the break, it's probably even best to take one or two moves, not too many moves as Kirkana was saying, because it will just give black time to regroup. But here, white can afford to go one move with rook fc1 or rook fe1. What do you think you would go for, like rook c1 or rook e1? Rook e1 is just keeping the hope of e4 alive just in case. And also, yeah, rook c1 is going for the usual, like, pressure on c file.
I agree with you that actually it turns out it's not so easy to play b5. Yes, because that pass pawn on a5 will be very strong, especially if black manages to exchange some pieces and come in the endgame. That will be a huge strength. So yeah, that's why I'm saying honestly it's not so easy for white to make a move, and thinking between rook e1 and rook c1. I would probably choose rook c1 because it makes more sense to me to play to put the rook on the file which is almost open. Of course, white needs to be careful on the e file. Yeah, after knight e4, if white is not careful, some tactics with knight f2 could be possible, and later queen e3. But just the rook on e1 seems a little bit more passive.
Yeah, it is a bit passive. Also, Luke agrees with you. So,
Oh.
On the perfect guess of rook fc1 by Kirkana in this position, we can actually probably take a break and move on to the other match of UTRGV versus University of Webster. And we will see how this match turns out. Like, as we've been discussing, we're going to see when the break is going to come.
Yeah, so far our players are in good positions, and it's gonna be interesting. We are of course rooting for them, that they can make a comeback after such a tough loss, and a bit unfortunate because the previous round, yeah, we lost 3.5, but probably Gustav could simply go for a draw, but since we were losing the match, he decided to risk, and that's why he lost. Yeah, so with that, we can maybe let's go for the other match and see what happened there. The first board is Viktor Gazik against Aram Hakobian, and this is a very weird position. Let's see how it happens. So, yeah, white is going for Scotch, and yeah, okay, this is like a famous opening. I guess both players are prepared, especially Aram. He's having like 1 hour and 33 minutes. He's not spending any time, and he seems to be ready for playing aggressively because yeah, h4 it's meaning that white is thinking of going for a kingside attack. Yeah. With followed by h5, h6. Maybe the rook in the future can go through h3. Okay, g6, bishop g5, queen c5. Okay, c4. So what happened is, yeah, white starts spending time. White spent 10 minutes of thinking and playing bishop g5. Maybe here is when the theory for Aram stopped and he was considering what to play. I don't know, honestly. h5 also seems pretty natural to me. Bishop g5 is yeah, threatening the queen. What do you think after queen b4 will happen? Isn't it that a possible move for black? Because after c3, and that will be probably the only possible move, because like after queen b4, black is not only giving a check, but black is also threatening the pawn on b2. So if white goes something like knight d2, then there is going to be queen b2, and the rook is being attacked, and here not only the rook is hanging, but also the pawn on c2 is hanging, and it seems that white can lose the half of the queen side. So yeah, so the only move here will be to play c3, and after that there is an interesting move, queen a4, threatening, not threatening anything very directly, but maybe black can keep setting threats with rook b8 on the queen side, and just yeah, putting more pressure, and also not going for short castle very early, because okay, here probably the king will feel very uncomfortable on the king side. So yeah, but okay, after bishop g5, I think queen b4 was interesting idea. Honestly, what do you think about it? I'm not saying queen c5 is worse.
I agree with you, but also queen b4 c3 gives white a tempo. So after c3, like moving the queen anywhere, white can play h5. So that's a slight, like, it's like the queen did move to the queen side where there could be future issues for white, but in the moment h5
maybe
is just...
white can just play rook h4 after that. Yeah, maybe white can just go rook h4 after that.
Yeah, maybe it's not so easy, and that's why probably like black decided to go queen c5. I'm not quite sure if white still decides to go h5, but at least they're like eyeing the e5 pawn right now, so maybe black has something.
Okay, so
Yeah, also like just backing up a bit, g6 here is a bit out of the ordinary. So white decided to commit and say, well, I'm going to attack on the king side, whatever happens. The h4 is one of those moves that nothing has been happening yet, but white already decided that they're going to try to create something. So in such cases, inviting h5 with g6, because g6 basically is inviting h5, so going for something like that yes, the idea of bishop g7 and attacking the e5 pawn remains, but at the same time, after bishop g5, giving up your slight dark square weakness and allowing h5, like kind of walking right into it is a little bit like worrisome, at least to me. It's maybe it's not really like an advantage for anyone, definitely, but still, it's to just go for this move and invite h5, and yeah, then as we were discussing, like after queen c5 or queen b4 with the possibilities, I guess after queen c5, because now white doesn't spend a move playing c3, they do have c4 directly, and now yes, it's queen b4 with some calculations, because at this point in time a lot of things are hanging if you think about it.
Yeah, so first of all, the knight on d5 is hanging, but black decides to not go anywhere, and instead of that to make a counterattack by playing h6, which is very interesting. Yeah, h6, so now that white doesn't want to exchange, I guess, the bishop for the knight, and now also h into g5 is not going to be possible because of rook h1. And the h4 pawn is probably going to be lost, and I'm pretty sure that was not the idea of white choosing this opening and this variation with h4 bishop g5. So yeah, absolutely normal. White played bishop f6 because there is pretty much no other square. Black is not going to come back bishop e3 where the bishop can be just taken by the knight. So bishop f6 is pretty much the only move, and yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and now bishop f6 is attacking the rook on h8, also the knight on d5 is keep hanging, and after bishop f6, yeah, in order to defend both pieces, black has to take on f6, into f6, check, there is only move king d8 for black, and white goes for long castle. So now we see a very, very extraordinary position, which will be interesting to watch. Yeah, black already lost the opportunity to castle, and that's why they will probably stay with the king on d8, or in the future king c8 might be a little bit better, so the king is not on the file where the rook is, the white rook.
Black could have some interesting ideas with, so rook b8 also happened, rook b8 knight f3 happened, and like black could create some interesting ideas here with bishop d6, with like the next idea of like rook e8 and bishop f4. So like bishop d6, probably white can go say rook e1, not allowing rook e8, but then there's like bishop f4, king b1, and the position continues to stay messy. Yeah. But it's one of those games that pretty much goes against a lot of basic principles of chess, but at the same time both players know what they're up to, so they have some ideas, and I guess it's gonna be like, it's gonna come down to who can find the right idea at the right time, because if black falls short on any calculation or any timing, then they're just gonna lose with the king in the center, and white is not too far from having attack against their king either. So I think so far, like if you had to pick a side, what would you go for?
It's difficult for me maybe to play with this king on d8. It's bothering me a lot, and the pawn on f6, because there are some ideas with queen e7. Also maybe knight f3 followed by knight e4, knight c6. It's just very difficult for black to actually, they need to create threads and to create something, so because giving white a couple of free moves will mean that white is going just to start attacking the king on d8, and there will be not too much black can do about it. So I guess black has to be a little bit careful and find the right moves right now in order to continue with the game. Probably choosing a side, I guess I will pick whites because there is more margin of error for white. Because if blacks makes a mistake in this game, it can be fatal, and it can cost black the game. So yeah, I'll pick white, I guess.
Yeah, I see you're pragmatic in your approach when it comes to risky positions. Very interestingly, black may have some ideas which might look unnatural at the start, but if you spend some time calculating them, they're pretty good. For example, as we were discussing bishop d6, and then here rook e1, bishop f4 is the main line, but for example, as we were just talking about margin of error, white, if they go for some move, say like queen c2, thinking, oh, let me go bishop d3 and just develop my pieces, but here black already like has rook e8, and once you have basically the control of the e-file, and then you still have the idea of bishop f4 on the line, it's surprisingly black's king is not in a problem anymore, because the protection in front of the king and next to it is somehow so strong that black can continue to create threats despite of having that king on d8. So I agree with you that I would also choose white, just hoping for that margin of error to be on my side and not worrying about it. But as we can see, like in such cases, or maybe some ideas say white does go to e1, which should be probably done, and then say bishop f4, king b1, and then going for like a crazy idea like d5, yeah. And then next move bishop f5 check is coming, and then somehow black is like, oh yeah, you think you're the only one trying to make an attack? No, of course not. So yeah, I would still agree with you though on choosing white, but at the same time, this does look risky now for both sides.
Yeah, I guess both players should play very energetically, and this game is going to be on 3 results. Yeah, in comparison to the games in like Carlsbad structure where white is a slight favorite, here there is no favorite. Both sides are going to attack the opposite side king, and yeah, it's anything can happen in this game, to be honest.
It's also interesting that the board 1 is fighting very like in a very dynamic position. A lot of times we see in that team tournaments, the board 1 plays solid positional chess, whereas the board 1, thanks to Aram going for the kill from the very beginning, is not as certain. A lot of times you see, even when there is one player who's like clearly stronger, might still go for a solid position and try to outskill their opponent in a more positional game, I think. And a lot of teams follow that strategy, but clearly, like, as you can see, like Webster does have their board 1 fighting for the kill always. And I think the other match, UTD versus Mizzou, the board 1 is again dynamic, and they went for the Kalashnikov. So
Yeah, actually, there is one thing though. Everything being said for the position is remains, but I'm a bit confused because I think as we discussed earlier, the lichess was wrong, right? So it's actually so that Aram is black and Gazik is the one going for the kill with h4, or no? Or am I wrong?
oh yeah, you're right. I even mentioned it at the
okay.
start of the game.
Yeah, we mentioned it and then we forgot about it. But yeah, okay. So we mixed the colors, and it turns out that Gazik is the one playing very aggressively with white, and considering that maybe Webster is a slight favorite on the last board, if we take the rating into consideration, and also second board has a pretty big gap. It makes sense for Gazik to go for something very sharp, because the other players like Baradze and Druska are going to be pressed by Webster, and Viktor Gazik and Gleb Dudin are the main weapons in this match, because they have white pieces, and the rating gap between them and their opponents is not so big, and also the players with black pieces from UTRGV are also international masters. Of course, I agree that the title is not playing the game, but still it means something. So here I think the main responsibility is on Viktor and Gleb's shoulders, and it seems that they can take it, because here we see Gazi going for something very sharp, which honestly, in my opinion, is nice, that he is not letting the players with black pieces to suffer, and he's going for the win, and he's not simply agreeing on a draw, because if he simply agrees on a draw against a higher rated opponent, which is perfectly beneficial for him, that will mean that Baradze and Druska will be in not very nice position. So
Well, now it does make more
More
sense,
sense, yeah.
because they do want to score whatever like wins they can from white pieces. And on that note, every board on the chess is showing opposite colors for this match. So UTRGV versus Webster has the colors reversed for every single board, I think. Is
maybe
it?
chess results is
No,
wrong.
okay, no. The second board is fine. Benjamin is white.
Wait, let me see Baradze.
Yeah, Beraz is black, Benjamin is white, as we were looking. And then the third board, could you pull out the chess results?
Well, they had mentioned it, they had mentioned it really early.
Harsha is black. And the third board is also reversed. So
And the fourth?
fourth.
Okay, so this white, fourth is
Yeah,
correct.
so board 1 and 3 of UTRGV versus Webster is reversed colors on the Lee Chess broadcast.
He's gonna get it fixed.
And we will be working on that right away. So, but our discussion about the position remains regardless.
Yeah.
And it's just now that we are, it seems like you and I are both comfortable on the Slovakian side as compared to the Armenian side as of this moment. Okay, so moving on to the second board match of as Kirgana was saying, the on paper favorite Benjamin Gladura versus Beradze, and Benjamin is white. Benjamin chose Alapin, which at least I don't like facing is black, but it is as we notice a lot of games is like equalizer. And what do you?
So Benjamin is going for this rare line with c3, bishop d3. So usually, the idea of c3 in a Lapin, or actually how we call it in Bulgarian variation, is to go d4. And here I think the main line is e4 and then d4. E5, but playing bishop e3, it's a bit rare, and probably Benjamin wants to surprise his opponent. And the idea is to go bishop c2 and d4 with a little bit slower position than usual. But I faced this just a couple of times in my life, so probably Irakli knows something, but I don't think that's the main line.
Yeah, it's for sure not, but as we go forward in the game, we see how black gets d5 and knight f6. So usually, if we back up, black usually ends up having to choose between whether they want to go knight f6, so usual Alban goes, say, here, and either they go for d5 right away. So the main two options are you either go for d5 right away, Or you go knight f6, but that doesn't give you enough time to go d5, because after e5 you have to go knight d5, and you basically here you do not manage to get knight f6 and d5 at the same time. So the only drawback of going for this slightly not so famous variation is that black did get their knight f6 and d5 at the same time before white managed to play either of e5 or d4. So honestly, like, I would be, like, as a Sicilian player myself, I would be happy to be playing this position. But at the same time, as white, it's very comfortable. White has some interesting ideas, and the development, the piece placement is not very hard for white. White has a couple of options to choose from, and it's like playing as the position comes, basically.
Yeah, with this line, Benjamin Gladura is, I guess, going away from some preparation. This opening is, yeah, something you can also play in rapid or blitz, because, yeah, you make sure that your opponent hasn't prepared this, because, yeah, it's just very rare, and in case Gladura hasn't played this before, it's hard to predict for Baradze that that position will happen on the board. And even though he was probably at least a bit surprised, he still manages to get a pretty comfortable position without any weaknesses. And so now the position is having, yeah, for black 4 versus 3 on the king side and 3 versus 2 on the queen side, and in the far future white will try to come in the endgame and create a pass ball on the queen side in a very, very, like, long distance, I guess, and that's the one thing black should be careful with. But overall black has no weaknesses, and I think black manages to came out of the opening pretty good.
Yeah, I think if white rather even gives 1, or probably it's already equalized from what we see in this position, and if, say, white goes 1 or 2 moves like without proper development, then black is even more comfortable. So white should be, like, focusing on development right now for, say, yeah, rook e1, maybe bishop c6. Like, I would prefer going bishop c6 first, just with, like, I guess reflexes of developing the queen side a lot of times in elephant structures. And then, for example, now in rook e1, bishop c6, white needs to decide whether to go knight d2 or knight a3. And if you do go knight d2, then obviously your knight is very centralized and it's good, but at the same time the bishop is behind the knight, so bishop will have to wait another 2 moves to find a square for itself. And I guess, like, your bishop, developing the bishop first doesn't really make sense. So it's just choices to make, which are both probably very close to each other, so it just depends on the player, their style, and how they can pull off 5 to 6 moves from now on, rather than just, like, play 1 move right away and then worry, oh, I played knight d2, now I'm not sure what to do with my knight and bishop both. Or say even someone, like, plays knight a3 and is like, maybe I should have just gone with the usual knight d2 and with the knight in the center. So it's more about whether you're comfortable in this, like, with your position, with the moves that you're playing, whether you can see a flow happening, or, like, you can play with the flow, versus, like, oh, who's doing better, because the position is quite equal.
Both moves seems to be good for white, so yeah, as Tarini said, it depends on the preference, and yeah, sometimes it's more important to go for something which is comfortable for you over just playing the strongest move by the computer and then not being able to follow the and play in the style of the position. So we will see what Gledora will choose. He is spending some time actually. He is, as you can see, like very like he has already spent like more than 40 minutes, and yeah, Icarly is having some time advantage, which is not something that we should underestimate, because in the future, where some critical moves needs to be made, maybe Gledora will be in a tough spot because he will be in time trouble if he doesn't start to play faster.
Fair. Yeah, that's one of the biggest time gaps we've seen so far. Oh, the first
Okay.
board is also, yeah, pretty. So the first board, yeah, so we have the boards fixed by this point, the colors. And wow, Aram probably had the G6 really prepared, it seems, with 1 hour and 28 minutes on the clock. Yeah, so we see on board 1, Webster is really super prepared, and on board 2, Viradze, UTRGV seems to be like knowing exactly what they wanted to do and getting it on the position. I think this also has something to do with the results or how the positions come, that whether you got what you wanted or not. And sometimes like getting it is a great thing because you're already so comfortable that you're even confident if the position messes up a bit, because you feel confident enough that your territory is what you got what you wanted and you got your territory. At the same time, it's, yeah, I guess important not to be overconfident, and as soon as, say, the moment you're out of prep, you shouldn't like continue to play with your reflexes fast, because you need to like spend time and get into that mode that now I need to be spending more time. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, for sure there are some players who are who actually prefer to play in very messy positions and very dynamic, and I guess that's the case of Kazik and Hakobian. Yeah, the difference is that on the second board, opposite wise, we see some very calm position, which can be simplified even, and yeah, so bishop c6, rook e1, so rook e1, bishop c6 we see already on the board. The bishop on c6 takes probably the most optimal square and the long diagonal. And now what is left for Blake is to play, I guess, bishop e7 and short castle, and White needs to think about how are they going to place the pieces on the how are they going to develop the queen side, rather knight a3 or knight e2. And
I have a question for you. You said
yeah,
bishop to e7 and short castle, but are you worried about queen takes g7 if you play bishop e7?
yes, I'm worried. I mean, queen g7, bishop f6, right? And
That's what I was
then
asking, if
whenever
you're
you-
worried about it or not.
yeah, of course I'm worried. I don't like giving pawns for free. Yeah, I agree for sure. Queen g7 is something that needs to be calculated. And okay, in this case, I think taking such a pawn, it can be also risky for White, because yeah, bishop e7, queen g7, bishop f6, queen g.
G3 maybe?
Yeah, queen g3, I guess. Yeah, I don't think Black is going to go for queen exchange. I guess, yeah, what about bishop d6? And then, okay, going back queen g7 is, I think it's going to be already too much, because Black can also go like long castle and just, yeah.
So in other words, you're willing to temporarily sacrifice the pawn?
Yeah, sacrificing the pawn, it will mean that in return for the pawn, Black will open up the file on the queen side, and in that case, yeah, Black is already, it's not going to play short castle, but it's going to switch the plan with long castle, and actually, yeah, the fact that there is not going to be g7 pawn anymore can be even beneficial for Black, because they will open a file, and yeah, sometimes if Black is able just to start an attack on the king side and the attack is unstoppable, okay, which it's too far, but and we are not very like it needs calculation, but in some positions the material is not as important as the initiative. So of course Queen G7 needs to be considered, and
Also, Black could go directly castle after Queen G7. So the point of that is that, let's say right now here knight a3, bishop e7, queen g7, and the point is that I don't want to force your queen to move from that g7 square because I want to have that threat of rook g8 anytime that I want. So here in this kind of a position,
Well, are you not worried then about queen takes f7 and queen takes e6? How many pawns do you want to give?
all of them.
yeah, the ones especially like ones that we decided to create
Or
the
maybe,
attack.
maybe you want to give that. I don't know.
I mean, it's just definitely, I think black should have something here.
According to the computer, rook hf8, queen e6, king
Oh,
b.
you've got a computer to help you? Okay.
Yeah, I mean not all the time, but in such a position when it's like not very clear what's going on, okay, the computer has no soul, so it's easy for them to sacrifice 2 pawns and just keep playing like nothing happened. Okay, which is not as easy if you're just playing the game and you're playing for the...
So what, does the computer like black here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like close to
All right,
winning.
well, that's all I was curious about.
But honestly, like, being someone who never gives up her pawns, I'm actually for black in this position. So, because just having as many files cleared up, so like here, black can go, like basically black has the idea of bishop c5 coming up. White has to make a move something like bishop e3, like basically going right into like trying to defend so badly that you're ready to give up your knight e3, like black would just probably go say attack the queen, go knight e3, and black has options. It's not that black is in a very comfortable spot. They need to be very precise in how they continue, but at the same time, imagine having to play, like if you just back up one move, imagine having to play bishop e3 when you know that your g2 is not the safest, the knight is blocking the bishop on c6, but you are ready to give up your bishop on e3, knight e3, giving up your bishop, opening the c6 bishop. It's just, as much as like white would be interested in capturing pawns, it's so risky as white to make any move going forward. And the knight on a3 and rook on a1 are practically doing nothing as of now. So if we really have to like compare pieces, we're doing great on material, at least when it comes to the attack. Of course, like give white extra 2-3 moves, white is doing great, but does white have those 2-3 moves? I'm not sure.
No, I think if you can play bishop e7, black has to be happy with this opening. You know, because I don't see that. Don't you think black came out of this opening very well?
Yeah, I think black already equalized and at least, and thanks for the question. Actually, it's very good, and we should be aware of queen g7 definitely. Going for bishop e7, so
Is that what was played, or have they not played?
so
yet?
after 1 second, so what happened in the game actually was that rook e1, bishop c6, and white decided to not go for neither knight a3 nor knight e2, but to play bishop g5, and I guess the idea was to prevent bishop g7.
Or
or
maybe
I'm-
to prevent castling too, right? Alongside long castling.
Maybe. I'm not maybe to prevent castling and also to simply develop the bishop somewhere. Honestly, g5 square is a bit weird to develop the bishop. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually dismissed bishop g5 on this grounds that I don't know what my bishop is doing there, more or less. Like I would rather develop the knight first and then see what to do with the bishop.
Well, maybe they're playing like knight d2 and knight c4, and they didn't want to block their own bishop.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing. Then that's somehow like the way we reached the conclusion of just going knight a3 with the ideas of knight c4 in the future and just leaving the bishop to decide later what you want to do. Because my concern was also so in the game queen b6 happened, which is also like, once the queens are exchanged, black is definitely doing fine, but even if you play h6 here, then you again have to decide what to do with the bishop. Like the bishop does have to go h4 because coming back to d2 or c1 wouldn't make too much sense. And now black has queen f4, and black exchanges queens with a slightly better position, I guess. I mean, maybe it's an overstatement to say that black is slightly better, but at the same time, black is doing very fine. And if anyone has threats right now, it's black, and the development is fairly equal. It's not like white has any specific advantage in this. With the queens on the board, we were discussing how if white doesn't do anything risky, the development of the queen, the extra development of the queen does play a role. It's something for black to worry about every time, even if it's something like queen g7, it's something to think about. But with the queens off the board, I guess black gets more comfortable. What do you say?
Yeah, I agree with you. So for now, the king on e8 is in the center. So yeah, having the queens on the board can be a little bit it can bother black. So they simply decided maybe seeing this h6 and queen f4, it's not as easy. But even with queen b6 and just exchanging the queens, and later on maybe knight b6, is it actually, I think knight b6 was played, 1 second, so the exchange happened because there was not too much white could also do about it. So the exchange happened now. No queens on the board, the king on e8 is feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe in future, the bishop from f8 needs to be developed, and there is some ideas of I don't know, knight c4 maybe even. I guess here in this endgame, the evaluation is close to be equal, and it seems that both players are comfortable with simplifying the position, and I guess equal result will be very probably fine for UTRGV player Irakli Baradze, because he is not only having black pieces but also he's playing against a GM, a rating favorite. So for him, definitely simplifying and not risking too much is going to be good. And I guess that's the match strategy of UTRGV. Just hold the positions with black and attack with white. We will see what happens on the third board. Actually, I'm also already curious what happens in the game between Dudin and Harsha. So we can move to that game. But it seems that UTRGV players are doing their job so far, I guess.
Well, now that you put it that way. But yes, UTRGV put up a great fight, one player down in the first match. They continue to do the same. They're basically their fighting spirit and their relentlessness, to just continue, keep fighting, going forward, not lose hope in the first match, followed by now that they have 4 players, the spirit of continuing. So Gazik went with h4 with white pieces. Baradze is holding very well. Baradze. Oh, okay. So.
Okay, so
Wanna
he
switch
played
games,
bishop.
sorry?
Yeah, I thought they spent a lot of time, but no, it's Benjamin who's the one. So Baradze is even in a very good spot when it comes to time as black. So we were discussing how Benjamin is in their opening prep, but at the same time that didn't seem to affect the Georgian opposition in any way too much, because they are good on time, they're good on position, they're doing well. And the next game of Harsha versus Dudin. Dudin is white, Harsha is black, and it's a Catalan structure. I think it's the first time we're seeing Catalan in this tournament so far. So, b5. Oh, okay. So the main line here is a6 for black. Harsha chooses b5. b5 has been it's been something that's going on for a while, and I think in online chess it's common. I think Caruana has also played it. I think the top players, Caruana and Nakamura, they've both played B5 in online games. I'm not sure in on the board, over the board games who's the torchbearer of B5, but it is something interesting, and it is a bit risky. And there was after A4, Black has two choices of either going B4 or Bishop B7. Both, again, you're completely opening the G2A diagonal with B5. So going another move of B4, hanging your C4 pawn, continuing to leave the diagonal open. Black does need to know what's exactly going on in the position. Although, that being said, Black is used to, in such structures, Black is used to exposing their pawns or the diagonal and still figuring out pretty well what to do. And what did Harsha play? Oh, they went for B4. So Bishop B7 is also a good line because you're just taking care of the diagonal, and then you try to, I think, maintain. I'm not exactly sure how the game goes after that. So BB7, yeah, and you just go say AB, which White has to do at this point, and then just go A6. Oh yeah, there are top games of Carlsen Rajabov played already in 2022, not long ago. There are games from 2023 and 2024 also. I'm pretty sure I saw 1 or 2 games with B5. And B4 is going with the idea of B5 is continuing with that idea. And what happens, let's say, if White just goes Queen C4, so Black wants to play Bishop A6. So they push their pawns enough to be in a position to be playing Bishop A6 followed by, I guess, C5 even. First knight BD7 and then C5. And if knight BD7, knight E5, knight E5, and your DE5, knight D5 would be more normal. What happens if Bishop A8? Oh yeah, you sacrifice. No, this should be worse. You sacrifice basically with Queen D4 here.
Oh.
So you want to.
I see, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm moving here.
No, it's fine. So Bishop 8, Queen D4.
Yeah, you go Queen D4 because if you go Queen A8 followed by DE5, you do have relatively lower compensation as compared to taking the central pawn on D4. And even though now we did not manage to take their bishop, but Black hopes to play with their knights in the center and next move C5 even. So Black's idea here is to just maintain some very good piece play overall, whereas White has not developed their knight on B1, bishop on C1, rook on A1 is far from development, and there is no, sometimes White just goes for say rook A3 and lifts the rook A3, rook D3 ideas, but here White doesn't even have that because B5, B4 has already come, so just going for the same thing with the pawn on B6 long ago versus now the pawn on B4, spending those 2 moves to go B5, B4 is actually showing how it's restricting White's moves like rook A3, knight A3, knight C3, nothing is possible just with the pawn on B4. So I guess good prep, already this is all prep by Harsha. I'm not sure where the game has reached so far. So they've played, they've played the theory, they've gone into Bishop E4 happened? Yeah, it's not one of the most common moves, but some strong games have happened in this position. So from my database it says 6 to 7 games, but there are probably slightly more games. We can also probably see here, Sasikaran has played, a 2700 Grandmaster has played this with White against another 2600 Grandmaster. So there also seems to be a very more or less recent game with, as you can see, the Shreyas Royal. This player also he I think he won some important championship recently, or like scored non, so a very upcoming talent. So this position, these moves have been in fashion and also like continue to stay in fashion. Not the main lines, but still. What happened?
In fashion.
Yeah, it seems like chess players, we don't really spend too much time looking at real fashion. Just like it seems at this point we're discussing opening fashion.
Yeah. Oh, what I can say about the opening, actually, it's very, very interesting choice from Harsha, because he decided to go for b5. Yeah, as Tarini said, like usually here, black goes a6, a4, bishop d7, queen c4, bishop c6, and so on. And as I know, Gleb is a Catalan player, and I'm pretty sure he knows this position very well. I think with I recently played against him, I think with both colors, and yeah, probably Harsha was prepared, because Gleb has a lot of games in the database, I assume, and yeah, it seems so far that both players are very well prepared, and yeah, Harsha didn't went for the main line in the Open Catalan, but the position he got is also looking very good, because he already managed to play c5, and it doesn't seem that he has some space problems, and these ideas with b5, it reminds me a little bit of Queen's Gambit accepted, where yeah, there is this idea a4 with b5, a4, b4, and after that, yeah, the same way preparing c5. So yeah, here there is an interesting opening battle. I guess now Harsha is already thinking on his own, like taking the fact that he already spent a lot of time, and yeah, Gleb has already gained half an hour, which yeah, it's thanks to the fact that he's playing his main openings, and it seems that he knows them very well, or at least well enough, as we see.
Yeah, it's interesting that even though players could more or less guess who they're going to play against, and they knew that their opponents will check their games. It's not a tournament in which you don't know who you're going to play. It is a tournament in which, like, you know your opposition, and you know that your opposition will spend a lot of time preparing against you. And after that also, they go for their openings. So they have that belief in their openings that you can prepare as much as you want, but I also, at the same time, I know how I want to go around my opening, just because I've been working on it. They probably find ideas, just like Harsha is going for the relatively interesting idea of b5 rather than going for the main line of a6. But at the same time, Gleb also knows that the b5 idea exists and knows exactly how to combat that. So it's good to see games in which, even after predicting, both players are like actually going for their openings, being comfortable coming out of like the opening, knowing how they want their position to progress.
Yeah, to me that game will be pretty interesting, because here we see some principal chess, and yeah, we'll see what will happen in this fashion game. Now maybe we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, sounds good. Now that I've been roasted a couple of times, we can finally move to the board 4 of UTRGV versus Webster. So I think one of the, Quesada has spent an hour by this point.
Is it UTD versus Webster?
No, it's UTRGV versus Webster.
Yeah, after that we can move to move to UTD and see what happens there. It's just the last game,
Oh, okay.
in which it's interesting, because Black went for Philidor defense, which is
Not something that at least I saw coming, but I also never prepared against Ruska, so not that I.
not that you play for.
That's also very, very true. But just usually we expect knight c6 or knight f6 on the second move and not b6, not the Philidor. So, and the game continues with, I think the one of them, just the main line, yeah.
Yeah, it's just very typical Philidor where Blake is finishing the development on the king side, and it's just the fact that with Philidor Blake is giving up one of the of the central pawns, and White has some small or not so small advantage in space, and f4 seems to me pretty active, and that's how you should play with White, because if Black is giving you the opportunity to stand even more active than usual and to take more space, that's what Quesada is going for, and so c5, that's interesting. Usually that's not very common, just to weaken the d6 pawns so like early in the opening, and also like now Black has more control in the d5 square, because the pawn cannot like go to c6, like once you play the pawn you cannot move back. Knight b3, I guess this is part of the preparation of Black for sure. So yeah, also that the time that Druska has spent is confirming the fact that he played Philidor, but he's feeling very well, and maybe that's part of his repertoire. I'm not sure what he's playing usually, but I guess that's part of his repertoire, because you don't just play Philidor out of nowhere.
Also, up till this point on the screen, most players did not spend too much time yet, but it's just that Black went for d5 here in this position, which is not common, but at the same time a very interesting move, and it's not like it's creating any problems for Black immediately. So from now on, White does need to spend time thinking whether they need to take or they want to go for e5. And Quesada just like spent some time, went for e5, and then again like c4, knight d4 is more or less obvious, but after this crazy almost 30 minutes playing bishop g4, and I'm not quite sure whether White had to go for this bishop g4, because like at least on the face of it, whenever this sort of thing comes in the positions, I'm not very happy that this central piece is gone, and now I just really don't like the knight on d4, so I'm not sure whether, I think White had other options, like you could just probably go knight c6, bc6, and then, no, knight c6, and then
Queen h4. Like, I guess that we need to calculate, but I guess after knight c6, b to c6 can be not the best because of bishop g4, and Black seems that it's losing the knight. But on knight c6, it looks to me that queen h4 can be the only move, and after queen h4, so first of all, Black is threatening on h2, so White cannot go knight d4 back. Also, after bishop g4, there is going to be bishop g4, and again, Black is creating a serious threat. Now the queen on d1 is hanging, and that's why, again, Black cannot move the knight from c6, and White cannot move the knight from c6, and White cannot also not take the pawn on d5, because simply the rook on e1 is hanging, and I guess what needs to be played is something like queen d2, and after that, Black will simply take b into c6, defending the pawn on d5, and followed by bishop c5, I guess, rook b8, and honestly, it seems that White is losing the control over the position, and here Black gets the initiative, I guess. What do you think about it? Do you agree?
yeah, I think that's why, like, after spending so much time, probably White could not make knight c6 work. However, like when you were talking about Knight e6, queen h4. I had one reservation that black could play bishop c5 followed by queen h4, but okay, we can discuss that. But even in queen h4, 1 second. So queen h4, and then we saw bishop g4. Like white has to play bishop g4. And here, like no, after bishop g4, like from white side, I see we cannot play queen d5 right now because of queen e1, but maybe like g3 here. And okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but at least there is queen d5. I get my points.
Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, I agree. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can definitely play g3. And yeah, I guess what I should do after g3, my queen is hanging. I don't think bishop c5 is a move anymore because of... actually, isn't that a move also because knight d4, now I have bishop d1, gh, and bishop d4. So now where do you go with the king?
King h1.
Queen h... queen h5, no?
Yeah, okay, queen h5 is...
94.
Oh.
No.
No, it is working.
Yeah, it is working. 94, the queen is hanging. And okay, if you move the queen after like queen h5, then bishop f3 is checkmate.
So,
So, like, it's working.
bishop c5. Sure, bishop e3 on bishop c5?
Yeah, bishop f3 should be played.
I didn't. Bishop e3. Now queen h5.
Queen d2, I guess I have to go somewhere.
Oh, so now you get queen d2 with the bishop out.
Yeah.
And like bishop on e3, not even like challenging the bishop on c5.
Okay, so it means that g3 will be a little bit more precise for white. Yeah, maybe even one of the only moves. So okay, then what should I do after g3 then? I should just move the queen right away instead of playing bishop c5?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think bishop d1 is a smart idea, so probably queen h5 or queen h3. Queen h3 just looks nicer, but
It's close.
yeah, it's closer to the king.
More
The
dangerous.
proximity, yeah. Now we're discussing proximity instead of real threats.
Okay, yeah. Here, okay. I guess white will take on d5.
Yeah, I mean, again, white does. The slight problem with queen on h3 is after queen d5, bc6, I even have queen g2 if I want. I can, try to exchange the queens, and if you lose your attack so quickly, it's not good. Bishop c5, bishop e3 is there, so maybe like g3, bishop e3, like we took some trial and error to figure out g3, bishop e3. Maybe white was not, like Quesada was not able to calculate it all the way through. Maybe we are the ones who are missing something. But after g3, white seems fine after queen d5.
Okay, so if I play queen h5 instead queen h3 with the same thoughts after queen d5 to take the knight, and now okay, at least queen g2 is not there with a tempo. Maybe that could be a little bit better for black then.
Yeah, I guess like black does have compensation because white hasn't developed. Black has the bishops. The king side is weak for sure for black. So here, let's say queen c4, and maybe some ideas of like bishop e6, bishop d5 is not really an idea, but bishop e6 with like...
Bishop f3, queen h3.
Yeah, bishop f3 also, I mean, I don't see anything, very wrong with bishop f3. So,
Maybe.
a rook can go b8 also, trying to not let the bishop develop, like bishop on c1. Trying to reduce mobility for white as much as possible. So black is 2 pawns down, but white has a weak king side, and black has a lead in development. Pieces are more active. So rook b8, not letting you develop the c1 bishop. Also trying to go rook b4 maybe at some point. So it's not easy for either side to play this position, and maybe Quesada did not see through G3, but I have a feeling that they probably saw, and he just didn't, like he wanted to avoid so much like initiative for black spaces, because the alternative was what he went for, bishop G4. That does give black some sort of like good piece placement, but it's not that crazy initiative on the king side. Like you don't really weaken your king side so much. So probably like after very good thought and analysis, white just did not want the risk, which is an interesting like decision, because being the higher rated on board 4 with white pieces, you have some sort of pressure of winning the game, but maybe you don't want to like let the pressure get to you and go for the more reliable choices than something which is like crazy complicated.
I guess, yeah, you're right, and it's not so easy for white just to go for the 2 pawns and just weaken the whole complex of white squares on the king side, and also give the black advantage of the 2 bishops, and it seems on first look very dangerous, and in case you're missing something in your calculation, it can be critical. So Quesada went for simply exchanging on G4, and now the position is more stable. There is not material. So now the material is equal, and
I think Ruska is deciding between bishop c5 and knight d4 here. Maybe even queen b6, I'm not sure, but knight d4 with the knight attacking the pawn on c2, I think white needs to come back to d1. So knight d4, queen d1 is a possible continuation, but now like bishop c5, bishop e3 is not looking the most exciting. There's no queen b6 because of knight a4. Yeah, so that's why probably like after knight d4, queen d1, either black is thinking what to do here, or black is deciding whether to not go knight d4 in the first place.
Okay, they didn't take on the phone.
Mm-hmm. Did not yet? They just thinking.
So what is your prediction?
I would just probably. I think black will still take. I don't know why I say that, but just, yeah, maybe just like take, give up the d5 pawn, go for some checks on c5. Yeah, and then like go for knight d4.
No, there is no queen.
That is, yeah. I don't think there's queen e4 here. It doesn't look too great, but maybe. I see. You really want that c2 pawn. It is working though.
I mean, yeah, that's something interesting, which actually, that's, yeah. If black takes on d4 followed by queen d1, there is some ideas with sacrificing the d5 pawn and then going back knight d4, so that now it's difficult to defend the c2 square, the c2 pawn. So yeah, that's one of the opportunities, and another opportunity is, as Tarini said, to not take the knight right away and play something like bishop c5, for example, and then take first like bishop into d4. That's also going to be possible, and we will see what Drozga would prefer. And meanwhile, we can maybe move back to the UTD versus Missouri match.
Yeah, sure. We can probably go have a quick look over the games where they stand, and as we go through the games, we will probably not spend too much time right away, and then take a short break, come back and analyze the games now that the middle game has arrived. But just for our viewers, we will go over the games to see where exactly our players stand right now, and whether there was some interesting progress in the games. So yeah, let's go over it real quick.
Okay, so first game is Brodsky against Oparin, which, as we said, there was, just to review this opening idea, if you remember with bishop e3, the unusual setup of white pieces. And so what happened is that, yes, I think you said this, that white's probably going to take the a6 pawn, and that is exactly what happened in the game. And now actually, at the current moment, white is up a pawn. I guess for that black has a serious conversation, and maybe black will just take back the pawn at some point. Oh, okay, so now that white is not controlling so well the square d5, as usual, like with the both knights on c3 and e3, black was allowed to play d5, which is one, okay, very good thing, because black will activate the all of the pieces. But the thing is that still, even though the placement of the pieces seems to be pretty well, there is one extra pawn for white, and black has to prove something here.
Yeah, that's true. And as opposed to the usual setups when white takes control, places their knight on d5, this is a very different setup coming from this particular opening. So again, like as Kirkana said, that black cannot take rest just because they got the d5 break, because they still have to continue to create pressure and maintain compensation for having one pawn less in the position. And white also needs to like not give too much activity, because already black has managed to establish some sort of activity in the position, so you cannot like afford to let black say take a pawn back, because if you lose the pawn, you lose your extra material advantage, and the positional positional piece play is already better for black. We could probably move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's move on and let David think. Here is a critical moment, and I guess he will have to spend time because he has problems to solve. And moving on, let's see what happened. Oh, here I think the players spent, especially Kostov, spent so much time. And what happened in this, at the first sign, comb, Carlsbad structure? Okay, something very unusual occurred. So what happened? How did... Okay, so white here, Antipov, okay, that's not surprising considering his aggressive playing style. He's going for g4, attack on the king side. Okay, that's also one of the typical plans. There are many plans actually for white, so he is playing, he's choosing to start a straightforward attack on the king side, and that's something maybe even smart, because okay, all the pieces are looking on the king side, and the attack seems promising, even though he has to calculate. Oh, so okay, usually when you start attacking, then by the books, the right way to react is to hit the center. So I guess something like c5 can follow. Okay, now the d5 pawn is hanging, but okay, maybe in the future, or black will start attacking. Okay, actually, let's see what happened. b5, okay, rook g1, g5. Oh, okay, so black is solving the problem drastically just by playing g5, and okay, because after rook g1 the idea was to go g5. Now black is playing this risky move g5, because okay, usually when you're under attack you don't want to move your pawns from the king, but I think that decision is not random, and Kostov spent a lot of time, and he has something in mind by playing g5, and for sure he didn't play it out of the pure chance that it can work.
I'm still not confident on going against the principles pushing g5, and I guess whether it's solving the problems or not is yet to be seen, because with h4, I mean, one of the files will open for sure, whether it's the h file or the g file, and somehow white not castling confused black enough that on one hand they went b5, on the other hand they went knight e8, knight d6 with rook e8. So Black was not sure where to attack, whereas White just sort of knew that they want to go G4, H4. It's not like, I don't think White is clearly winning or anything right now, but White is definitely the one pressing in this position. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be on the black's place, I guess. Also, he's already getting pretty much low on time and the king is weak. So, yeah, here maybe g5 was not a very good decision, but there was some pressure put on Kostov by this g4, and it's not easy to not get scared, and because the attack is starting, and that can be actually very fast, and yeah, that's why I guess such a decision was made. And after h4, now another critical moment in which Kostov should maybe think of the best defense. And while he's thinking, we can see what happened on the third board, where Brian Escalante is playing against Raja Harshit. And okay, so again, bishop e3, chosen in the Najdorf variation. As we discussed, a3 was not one of the main lines. Okay, so after bishop e7, White decided to save the bishop, which actually proves that a3 had some idea. Rook c8, g4, yeah, okay, usually, yes, White plays g4, h4 and starts attacking. So this is pretty much all typical.
Probably this is the most, like, out of the openings that we've been discussing so far, players have deviated from what we usually see out of those openings, but this particular game, even after the slight deviation on, like, when White played bishop e3 a couple of moves before in the opening on move 8, even after that, both sides have followed exactly what they set out for, and White has been trying to push pawns on the king side, and I think Brian has a plan in mind, but also Harshit also knows how to go about the position when it comes to black, so moving the knight back to d7, probably going for knight c4 in the next move.
Rook c3.
Oh, just rook c3 directly?
I mean, it can be, like, for sure it's a typical idea.
Yeah, that's true. It's one of the main ideas. I mean, given my style of play, I would just go knight c4,
Yeah,
but rook c3 can be very much a possibility, and that's why probably Brian here is spending some time. Like he's already spent 16 minutes, probably going into spending 20 minutes on this move, making sure that he does not miss any specific ideas and does not create problems for himself on his on the queen side, on the side where his king is there. And at the same time, you have to create that balance of wanting or like making sure that you're also attacking your opponent, making sure that you're not missing threats from your opponent. So yeah, you just like want to not mess up in the next 3 moves, which is why both sides are spending more time.
Yeah, concluding the position where there are opposite side castles, it's important to just be faster than your opponent, and yeah, both players are trying to balance attack and defense. Probably, yeah, Brian is thinking how to prevent the black ideas of knight c4, rook c3, maybe even b4 or d5. There are a lot of things to calculate, and at the same time keep pushing the pawns and try to open the files on the king side. So that will be definitely an interesting game. Again, on 3 results, anything can happen in this game, so yeah, we will follow.
Yeah, somehow this game has progressed, at least in the last time when we were looking at UT RGB versus the game of Webster. It's just like it's still there somehow in the opening/middle game phase as opposed to the other 2 games.
Oh.
And
We have some
so board 4, Carolus versus Luca. The seemingly normal, not so crazy position. is, I think, in white's favor at this current moment. So
Okay, so
rook c1, as we were talking about.
yeah, so we were actually predicting that rook c1 is going to be played, followed by g6, and now apparently white changed their mind, and they admitted their mistake, and now they went rook e1.
It's like Luca wants to agree with Gergana and I both. I wanted to go rook e1 and she wanted rook c1. So he's trying his best to make sure that he can agree with us at the same time. And even course correct at the cost of a few tempi.
Yeah, making sure nobody is offended, and still the position of white is quite solid, and there is nothing wrong in admitting that maybe another square is better. So yeah, king g7, and now white changed plans. Now we see that after f3 the idea is to actually push e4, and that seems to be not very easy to stop. And yeah, after a5, an intermediate move, just kicking out the knight from b6 first, and then e4 gives white actually serious advantage in the center. Queen h4, queen exchange. And okay, now there is a moment where white has so much choice, like rook e4, knight e4, bishop e4, f into e4. I guess f into e4 will be the most like natural move, but there are other possibilities. Maybe bishop e4 even, and then d5, okay, or what else?
Bishop e4 though invites knight
Knight
b6.
yeah.
Also, I would probably knight e4. The idea to go knight c5, but at the same time, what does black have against knight e4? Black's knights are not very happy with their situation, at least as of the moment. So if another moment spent without taking the knights out, maybe even knight c5, right?
I have to take.
And now there's no knight d6 coming up.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to figure out what to do. Knight e4 is interesting. Rook e4, probably I would just want the rook not to be exchanged just so I can create, say knight e4, and right now knight e7 is not possible because of knight d6. So just ideas such as these, I would be happier having the rooks on e1 and e8.
Yeah, I agree that actually there is not too much sense to take a rook into e4, because rook is doing the same job like from e1 and e4 both, and it makes more sense to take either with some of the pieces. I guess the knight seems pretty interesting, or with the pawn.
Luca chooses bishop e4, I think, right now. Is it? Yeah.
No, I think that's...
Oh, that's just us. Okay.
Ah.
Okay, fe4, which was the first guess of Gergana, so following suit.
Yeah, so Luca is taking with the pawn, and now he is having these two strong central pawns controlling a lot of squares in the center, so that's definitely something that that is good for white, and I'm not sure how to play as black, because it's not so easy to make a move, because okay, on something like knight d6 maybe there is e5 coming followed by knight e4, and now black has to be careful, because very fast white can actually get the initiative, so black needs to see a proper way how to place their pieces, because okay, there are two pieces for now, the knight on c8 on the rook and the rook on a8, that they both need to be developed, and okay, maybe something like this, I guess. Okay, e5 is obviously not a forced move, but maybe because the knight from c8 definitely needs to be developed, and so that the rook can connect also.
White can spend time choosing between moves like e5, maybe some ideas of knight a4, maybe just developing the rooks to, like the b1 rook to a better spot. So black does have improvements to make in the position, of course, but at the same time has very little room to work with, does not have enough space for all of its pieces. It's one of the factors that Black will have to deal with in the coming moves. And we will, though, analyze after a short break how, in a very short span of time, White went from having a relatively equal position to a good edge in the position. So we'll discuss what White did correctly, what Black went wrong with, just to see whether there could be some sort of better ideas that could have been implemented earlier, not to reach this position for our representative, Carolis. But for now, let's take a break.
Yeah, let's take a break. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. Let's charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but okay.
Maybe it's not like we were saying bullshit even after losing
No, no. Kostov is in a difficult position, honestly.
So is Yuksha.
Yeah, yeah.
What
Okay.
is Costa?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. What is the other people doing?
This is the fashion game.
Right. I mean, it's common.
No, sorry, it's just so funny.
Enjoy your break. You're gonna have to do this anyway 2 more hours after
Okay,
this.
fair. Yeah.
I'm saying enjoy your break. You have to just come
Yeah,
back and do
yeah,
the same job anyway. Get some food, drinks, walk around a bit. We're sitting now.
How are you doing?
Did nothing. Just taught for 1.5 hours.
Ah, that's good.
And I came here.
Who are you kissing?
Durush. I had to get some more done.
Hello, Stephanie. Just before starting to analyze the coming.
chicken. Angela's going through the line right now. Between her and Joseph is $32 for a chicken sandwich and fries. This is a good drink. She goes, she said Dave's chicken burger is good too. I basically looked at it all. That's crazy. You're better off ordering a pizza for like $20 and getting like wings on the side or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
this doesn't work.
Crazy.
So what? Is it live?
Live, guys.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yep.
I don't know. I thought it was someone there.
Yeah, that's the one.
I mean, can we continue with the talk?
I mean, they're coming.
I mean, they were asking me so.
No, I don't know. Ask them.
Yeah, I was
It's their show.
What do you think about the position? With the company?
I'm pretty sure she'll tell me what she likes or not.
G3.
She already told me it's way too much for a sandwich.
Oh, I like black. I like black.
It's $15 for a sandwich. No.
Yeah, it's pizza and I like it, right?
That's crazy.
The night on C3 is very.
Well, maybe a little bit less because she's buying a shake, so it could be another $5. Yeah. So about 12.
Like White wants to play G3, I guess.
But
G3 and H3, I don't know.
Is that Harshit Tisabun that you said that's a funny pronunciation? GM Prasad.
Harshit Raja?
Yeah.
No, that's
Oh,
someone else.
so it's different?
Yeah, yeah, that's someone else. And it's live also, that's someone else. We're worse on time, I guess. No? We got 15 minutes to give us. Yeah. Night is full. Yeah, right. Yeah, but there should be some continuation there. Knight h4, maybe queen g4, knight takes g2. It looks okay. Actually, black looks fine.
Very scared for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Black looks fine.
Oh, maybe marriage for
Queen e3. See it. Knight takes g2. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's say queen d8. I don't like g3 too.
you stop marriage for?
No, okay, but let's say g3, then I go queen g5. And I'm threatening to give discovery. Knight h3. Right? Because let's say you go queen takes d2, I go knight h3. And then your queen is hanging. No, black is just more comfortable with this in this version. He's up on time. He's pawned down, but he's just not. You want us to take it? So you can abuse people on commentary. Good idea.
but
Yeah, knight h4 is what we're thinking.
I don't know what he did to allow everything somehow. Like it was not that this. If you go back to 2 moves or something, it was not so good.
Like, can you change the screen in this?
My laptop's dead anyway.
Oh,
Yeah, it has no button. Ah, yeah, queen f3, knight f4, so they exchanged this. And okay.
what's the idea of
it's
knight
pretty
c3?
good.
I was thinking knight h4 maybe. Queen e3, queen d8, g3, queen g5.
Maybe bishop d5 there instead of g3.
Maybe.
95, okay, there's no g3 though, so
Yeah.
it's bad.
So how do you play against knight h4?
Or
I mean knight d4 also is good, I think. But yeah.
rook, मतलब queen d8 के बाद rook d1, like after queen d8, rook d1.
Rook d1, knight g2.
Sitting in the right spot. Yep.
Fashion draw. One tip of chilling with 44 minutes and 44 seconds.
Bro,
on the
I saw
clock.
him, like he's just chilling.
This is the only game that's. We still have draw on this one.
I think it's.
Oh, this game managed to somehow equalize with e5. Okay. Nick,
conflicts on the issue.
Okay, we'll just start, that's fine. Keep talking. Check. Sounds good. What's the last thing? So we're back. After our coffee break, and there has been some progress in the games. We also managed to get a peek into the live games as having the advantage of being at the venue right now. Now, what would you suggest? We can probably analyze UTD players' games because we just went over them very quickly, or we can check out what's happening with UTRGV versus Webster and then move on to some more discussion. Well, I'm slightly biased and I would like to discuss the UTD games. But yeah, maybe we can start with that and very quickly go back to the UTRGV versus Webster match.
Yeah, I guess let's just check what's going on UTD match, and then we can, because now it's an interesting moment, everyone is pretty much low on time, and probably some interesting moments are going to happen, so we can see, and then we can move on to UTRGV versus Webster.
Yeah, sounds good. Unfortunately for us, all of our players are low on time as compared to their opponents, and it's not something we're very happy about, but we have belief that they're going to manage their positions very well, even with low time, which they have done in the past multiple times. So let's start with board 4, since we're already at it right now. Luca versus Carolus, the position has not changed very much since we took the break, and this was the last position we saw. So White did go FE4, decided on going FE4, maintaining their strong center. We were discussing 96, but we were again worried a bit about E5, so Carolus chose to go F6 first, followed by 96, but Luca is not afraid, went for E5 regardless. And this position definitely is slightly better for White, but may or may not turn out to be an advantage. So for now, the White's task is to convert this into a win, and from experience of all chess players, we can say that that's the hardest part of playing a chess match, is to win the winning game. Cliche, but yeah, it's very true.
Yeah, even though it seems that White has some advantage and Black is in front of serious difficulties here, it's also not easy to play for White because just one small inaccuracy and the game can be simplified maybe from Black, because they also, if we think about it, they need just one, two moves just to make the position more solid, and there is so far no weaknesses in the pawn structure. It's just a matter of time because yeah, now the pieces of White are definitely more active and they have this advantage in activity, which can disappear very quickly if White doesn't play precisely. So after f6, rook d1, knight d6, e5, fe5, d5, and yeah, that seems to be pretty much forcing, and now Carolus has to make a decision of whether to go knight b5 or knight f5, or actually just take the pawn. Actually,
yeah,
no,
probably taking the pawn is better, but White does have the idea of bishop g6, so that was White's plan with playing e5. I'm not sure if White is premature in going for e5 and simplifying the position so much here, because takes, and here, like knight b5, knight f5 will not work because of bishop d5 or bishop f5, and then the knight on d7 is hanging. But rook e5, knight e5, bishop g6, maybe take on g6 with the knight, I'm not sure, maybe even take with the king. Yeah, try to take with the king, rook d6, and then king f5, or king g5, yeah, sorry. And definitely White is better here, but is white already winning is something to think about. Knight e4, knight c5 ideas are there right now. Yeah, but what resource could white probably have after rook e5, knight e5 and bishop g6? Because I know that you were trying to hold back from taking, so maybe move the knight. Yeah, knight c4. There is no rook d7 right now. Yeah, white needs to save their bishop. There is no rook d7 check. There is no very optimistic.
So why not bishop a6 instead of bishop g6?
Yeah, bishop a6 is also very good possibility. We were like gonna move to that in the next because I think bishop g6, if it's just that if black takes, then it's already bad. Whereas bishop a6, it's like after black takes, so let's go back, bishop a6, see rook a6 and then rook d6. Here, it's like in white's court, rook d7 is still not happening. Yeah. Maybe this is like too quick, but yeah.
Oh, why? Like,
Why not rook a6, b6 and then
knight
b5?
d3, knight c5.
Okay, there is no, yeah, sorry.
I mean, that can be lost also. Ah, no, okay.
No, yeah, this will not work out because of knight b3. But yeah, that's why like black does have some counter here in this position. cb.
Yeah. Draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then, okay, do you think like black should play rook e4 or rook e5 or knight e5? So, okay, rook e5 seems to be close to an equal position. What about knight e5? I guess that's what's the difference between the two moves? Now, okay, again, like same choice, bishop g6, bishop a6, maybe bishop a6 now.
Yeah, my slight worry is that now after rook d6, say rook a6 and rook d6, and this knight is somewhat in a pin. Not like this knight is suffering already, but just that this knight just cannot move. It's not like it could move earlier also because of rook d7, but still, right now say something like b5 even. It's not that it's happening because of rook a5, but my point was say b5, cb5, rook d5. So just threats like these. Probably knight a4 in this position.
Yeah, so that can be something that white is threatening. So it's not very easy. Maybe black can give a check or something. But I guess exchanging one rook will be better than playing this position because, okay, now also there is this passive rook on a6 and this pin, so yeah, maybe that's we are considering.
To try to play rook b8?
Rook.
Which line?
After
Yeah, bishop a6, b8.
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 Try to attack that before.
The
Rook b8.
The slight worry about this is that you don't want to be trading b4 for both c6 and a6. It's not like it's happening right now, but it is a very good possibility for the future that you might end up losing c6 and a6 both. Obviously, your goal is to exchange everything, c6, a6 for b4, a5. But in the off chance that you're not able to do that, then it's not. It's still, I think all positions end up being slightly worse somehow, at least if you take knight e5 and not rook e5. Has the game, let's see.
Yeah, I guess after, I don't know, it's not very easy. Like rook e4, I'm defending so far the b4 pawn, and what black can do, because the knight on e5 cannot move, the c6 pawn is hanging, also the rook is defending the knight, and all pieces seems to be very much tied up, so I guess it's gonna be better to exchange once on e5 with the rook, and after that white.
Yeah, black did take with the rook.
Okay.
No, I just refreshed. It says rook e5, rook e5, knight e5.
Maybe I saw something else. Never mind.
This is probably closest
Yeah,
to.
he's gonna make a draw for sure.
Yeah, let's hope so.
For sure.
Okay, so hoping for a draw on board 4, let's move on to board 3. We're going backwards this
I
time.
mean, there is no one there.
Um, some small changes over the last couple of moves. We stopped here. We were thinking about rook c3 and knight c4. White does play queen e1, hoping to avoid rook c3, so black goes knight c4. Knight c4, white chooses to go g5. Interesting choice. Here, instead of g5, what about bishop g5? Just trying to open the position. Cannot play f6. I mean, can take, yes, but it queen g5. Yeah, white gets some ideas for just one like simple pawn sacrifice.
Queen e3, I guess. Maybe not.
Maybe not rook h5 and just queen.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, that happened. Okay, maybe we can just go to the more interesting g5, queen c7, and then g6
No,
also.
queen. Oh, good. G6 is a good move. I mean,
Yeah, g6 is very impressive.
yeah, white is not losing time, and white is just going for g6, pawn sacrifice, followed, I guess, by. So black has to do something here. I guess h into g6 will be played because, okay, f into g6 is not possible. And after h into g6, I guess h5 is coming, and then, okay, the lines are opening, so both kings are pretty much under attack, and g6 is a very interesting chance that Brian took, and now Raja is facing actually problems because white starts like creating a lot of threats on the king side, while it seems that the queen side is pretty much so far holding, and yeah, of course, okay, it's knight a3, it should be calculated, but it's not so easy because, okay, take. There can be even ideas with knight e6, and then bishop e6, and then like on any move, then h into g6 is coming, so
Yeah, the bishop on a2 finally working out very well. Maybe black will go g5 here though, so, and g6 also.
yeah.
But say not h6 and just queen g3. Bishop b2.
Actually, it's getting interesting for white. Some h6 from anything else.
Yeah. White has a lot of ideas here.
Doesn't do much anyway.
Yeah, so this is maybe also a time equalizer in this position. Harshit might think for a while and gives chance for the time also to equalize. And the position looks like at least could lead to favorable play for Brian. And we could possibly discuss board 2.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just gonna wait on board 3. It's
Yeah.
too many lines to figure out right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Wanted to say something?
Do you guys ever use dungeon or you're like not at all?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not really using it while discussing normally.
Huh?
Professional commentary.
Spit lifestyle.
So yeah,
No, left style.
Lego?
We'll probably like.
and Jan Gustafsson.
Yeah. And Jan Gustafsson says that-
Yeah, so our duo of commentary is just compared to Leko and Jan Gustafsson, which sounds very nice, of course. And yeah, let's move to board 2 and keep discussing. So at least they're not going. Okay, it seems very bad. Okay, let's see what happens. So we stopped our analysis
Oh, no.
after Long Castle.
H4. 15.
Okay, yeah, h4. So after h4, Kostov played knight f8. Yeah, just trying to come closer to with pieces to the king. So okay, Kostov needs to defend the king. That's the number 1 priority. And Antipov is, yeah, of course, playing the most natural move of h into g5, opening up the h file. And it's getting more and more dangerous for Kostov after a long castle. f6, bishop d6, only, I mean, one of the only moves. Bishop d6, king b1, bishop e6, bishop f5, queen d7, rook h1, queen g7. Yeah, we see that black has not too much of counterplay, and yeah, white is actually having a very dangerous attack, which Kostov needs now to be careful, be very careful with, and somehow stop. And what happened is that after queen g6, the queens were just exchanged, and okay, at first look that's a good sign for black, because no queens on the board means that it's gonna be easier to survive on the king side, but still it's very difficult, because like white rooks are dominating, and black is still not in an ideal spot.
Yeah, there was, so white just plays rook 8 h6 with the idea of going, I think, knight g5 in the next move. White could also have gone knight g5 first instead of rook 8-6. If pawn takes, that's rook 8-6, but if king takes, they can like have some main threats.
Oh, how?
Just rook g8.
Knight G6
No, not rook g8 then. Okay, I guess. But even if not rook g8,
This still not getting made. No, but rook H6 is the mark.
we could
Why not rook g1?
f4
no.
first. I guess let's not be very optimistic. I guess then maybe rook 8-6 first and then knight g5.
Just pick it and take a pawn.
I guess, yeah. So as Antipov is following suit with that.
Knight g5 is already
Knight g5. So this is the current position on the board. Okay, takes and rook d6.
Okay, so white just converted their attack, I guess, into a material advantage, and now, yeah, white is up a pawn, but at least the attack is gone, and yeah, the material advantage for white still remains, but we'll see if Antipov will be able to convert that into a win, or Kostov will. Maybe after playing like rook f8, we'll manage to simplify the position, and that can, like, he can still have some draw chances, considering how like dangerous his position was. He managed to just lose one pawn in this endgame, and so far we are not losing home for this game, and this position seemed to be like, let's be optimistic, I guess, and wait for the realization. But as Tarini earlier said, it's very hard to win a winning position. So yeah, I guess that game will not finish very soon, and we can move on to board number 1.
Yeah, Antipov continues to press, try to squeeze the win out of this position, and board 1 in the meantime has seen some simplifications. So we went from Oparin being one pawn less for good active piece play to getting those 2 pawns instead of just one back, but liquidifying the position into something which is technically draw. So 4 versus 3, whether it's queens or rooks, should be technically drawn. It's not all the way easy for the side trying to defend, but here after rook d8 and the exchange of queens, rook c7 and rook d5, we will see Oparin trying a bit. Yeah, the h4, and this is like the setup that David needs to play with. And Oparin might try with the correct plan, which we've tried in trainings multiple times. Not easy for either side, but it's not something that he's going to give up on right away. He will keep trying, wait for David to put up the right defense, play accurately. Might try to play on time here a bit. And yeah, just gonna push with not a lot to work with, but as we know that these our top grandmasters are like never really giving up on their position and always pushing. So we're gonna see some very like precise play hopefully in this position, and it's going to be a good endgame lesson for us. In my guess, I don't think that Oparin could have gotten a better deal than this from the position that we were at. And for David also it's not too bad because you don't really succumb to the piece play and the attacks immediately. But at the same time for Black, who's not really already in an advantageous position with 1 pawn less, it's also not a bad deal because they managed to get like 2 pawns on the way. So this position being a very close fight, maybe Oparin could have tried for something more earlier, but it's not easy to make the decision of say like trying for knight h4 here instead of knight d4 as we were like discussing with our teammates, and finding something here. Yeah, this option is, in theory it is better because you capture the bishop instead of the knight, but just taking all your pieces back, instead of having your knights on f4 and f5, you're having your knights on e6 and e7, you don't make it to the second rank. It's not all the way easy to go for this and hope that you're definitely gonna come out with getting your pawn back and maintaining that position. If you get your pawn back again in this position, you're definitely better and you're fighting for the win. But the question is like, it's not that easy with say knight e4. Even if queen c2 comes, there's like piece activity for white also at this point, and it's not like black is on the best squares for their knights.
Yeah, I guess actually white put a very good defense here, finding the precise move, and I really think that the end game that occurred in the end is pretty much draw. Okay, of course, in theory, it's easy for us to say it's a draw because we are not sitting over there with 10 minutes on the clock. So we'll see Oparin being the rating favorite, trying to convert this 1 pawn, and David Brodsky. He for sure has very serious endgame knowledge, and I pretty much think that he will be able to defend this position, and that's what we are hoping for on this board, as well as board number 2, Kostov. And we are remaining optimistic for these 2 boards, and board number 3 is on 3 results, and board number 4 is equal. So that means that our match at the current moment is it's undecided, and we should wait. And while waiting, let's move on to the other match. So, with which game are we starting first now?
Let's go with board 4, just because we're following the suit of going from board 4 to board 1. And yeah, let's check Druska versus Quesada.
Okay, so in that game, we were discussing that, here there is a choice between knight d4 and bishop c5, and apparently Druska decided to go knight d4, queen d1, rook c8. That's actually a very interesting move, which we haven't seen, and the idea is simple, that actually the knight on d4 cannot be taken because bishop c5 is there, and white played bishop e3, so now the knight has to go, bishop f2, bishop c5, and after this, okay, the black colored bishop just disappeared, and this position seems to be pretty much like a dynamic equal, I guess. Both sides have chances. I'm not sure which side I would prefer because, queen c8, rook d1, rook d8. Let's see what happened. Knight e4. So now using the idea that after d into e4, actually that happened. There are two possibilities, maybe rook d8, queen d8, and queen f5, or actually even better, take right away queen f5, using the fact that black has a weak back rank and black cannot actually take the queen, and even after the exchange, still queen f5 is not possible because simply rook d8 checkmate, and that actually is pretty much forcing black to play e3, and now white has to see, do they exchange the queens or do they keep the queens on the board? I guess white didn't want to exchange queens because after queen c8, rook c8, e2 is coming, and white will be kicked out from the d file, and then rook d2 is coming, and that is a little bit dangerous because, like, if the rook manages to get to d2, then the whole queen side will be in a dangerous moment. So so white is keeping the queens on the board, and black still made it to the second round, but okay, now there is always something like rook d2 possible.
There's one very interesting tactic before f5 on rook c2. If our viewers would like to plan, that's not working. Yeah, that's a reverse tactic. That's what kids set up usually, so that we get tricked. So yeah, queen c5 is not working. It may look like black is trying to, white is trying to get the back rank, but there's queen c5 check, which does not work. So here, white has queen e4, and on rook b2, which is forced, there is queen d4. And now, there is a double attack of going queen d8 mate and taking the rook on b2. So, very, very interesting plan, unfortunately not played on the chessboard by our grandmasters here. f5 is also a very strong move, which was played on the board instead, but queen e4, queen d4 was just probably one of the very nice tactics. Another one of the very nice tactics that have been missed today so far in the first two games of the President's Cup.
Yeah, actually, queen e4, queen d4 is simply winning the game, but it's not so easy. Like, it's easy for us here commentating, but over the board it's not so easy. But f5 also seems pretty promising, and going for e6 or f6, black is still not very comfortable and has to see what to do. And I guess they have a second chance in comparison to what could have happened. And let's see how Druska is going to play here, and in the meanwhile move on to the board number 3.
Yeah, probably board number 3 is the one game that has been playing the most principled, most maintaining their nerves. There is a lot of tension on the board. Neither side has so far agreed to break the position, break the tension. Both sides are waiting for the other person to make some exchanges so that they come out better out of that position. So, yeah, very precise play from, I would say, from both sides. It's something like, it's one of the instructional Catalan games that we see today.
Yeah, actually, very few moves since we left are being played, and this position is just so complex that both players are taking a lot of time, and yeah, it's not easy. Still, though, the position is close to be equal, and we'll see how in the time trouble what will happen, because yeah, so the player with black pieces is pretty much in time trouble already, having 3 minutes on the clock, and yeah, Gleb has some time advantage, but that can be lost, like that can disappear very quick, because yeah, it's difficult to make decisions in these complex positions. So yeah, I guess the time trouble will decide what will happen in the game, but the result we are expecting is probably a draw.
Also, notice that Harsha coming up with his impressive knight moves. In the first match, he played knight c1, knight b3 idea. Here, he's going for knight g4, maybe even knight h6 idea. And the basic idea of knight g4 is to keep an eye on the bishop, maybe play f6, and if there is dc, there's bishop c5 with the pressure on f2 pawn. So white is very enticed to play pawn h3, and then black can go knight to h6. And here in this position, it may not seem very obvious, but there is f6 plan, which sort of compels white to play dc5, and the knight that looks somewhat misplaced on h6 is going to come to f5, and not right now, bishop c5 first.
C5, yeah.
Bishop c5, and then knight f5, knight g3 even as a plan. Like, it's not that this idea is set in stone and is as good when it comes to grabbing the initiative as the knight c1, knight b3 that was implemented in the morning by Grandmaster Harsha. But again, this also is just to think of taking your knight from f6 to h6, actually planning for it to be turning into a better position, forcing your opponent to break the tension, takes a lot of nerve. But yeah, he's lost out on time in this process, which may turn out to be a critical factor in the coming few moves.
Yeah, so knight g4 is on the board, Gleb Dudin is thinking, and I guess let's see what happened on the move on the board number 2. That was the Lapin variation, but actually with bishop d3, which I'm not very sure how it's called. But yeah, where we stopped here was that on the moment we concluded that this position is, I guess,
comfortable for black. Black is doing fine, and that's what our opinion was by the time we reached this.
Yeah, so let's see what changed. Both colors finished their development, and now they're trying to improve and see what their plans are going to be. Yeah, again, so 4 versus 3 on the king side for black and 3 versus 2 on the queen side, but apart from that, everything else is very balanced in this position, and yeah, both sides are in good position, and it's gonna require a lot. It's gonna require probably a mistake from one of the sides in order to turn the game into some results. If the mistake is not okay, that is pretty much for opposition, but if the mistake is not being made, especially this position probably is going to be equal.
Yeah, the position is very equal, almost symmetrical, not exactly symmetrical, but very close to it. With the rooks on the board, yes, someone has to really make a mistake. Without the rooks on the board, there is a lot to calculate in king pawn endings. So if we see right away that both the rooks are exchanged, then there's a lot to see and think of for the king pawn ending that's arising. So even though it's a seemingly simple position which should ideally turn out into a draw, sides need to be very, very careful of whether they want to liquidate or not. And that's something that requires a lot of calculation. Calculation requires time, and our players are down to the last 10 to 15 minutes. So that's probably the only factor which could lead to an inaccuracy. But other than that, this should be very equal.
Yeah, so here there is like this kind of a little bit pressure in the center, so of course white is provoking black to take on d4, which will force the king going to d4, where it's of course more active. And yeah, black on their side is not actually interested in taking right away. They can, for example, play something like g5, and in case white exchanges the rooks, then the black king will come in the center. So I guess none of the sides is interested in exchanging the rooks first, and both sides are waiting, so they will make some improvement moves on their structure. For example, that can be, yeah, for black attack on the king side, and for white, yeah, just some like maybe a5, or they can also just wait, yeah, with rook d2. And yeah, I guess
Why not C4?
like c4, yeah, c4 aren't
G
like g takes,
takes.
g takes, rook d4.
And then have to exchange probably.
What about rook g8?
Yeah, rook g8.
I mean, you're not really coming in. Yeah, c5, so okay, now you're threatening rook d6, king c7, okay.
Maybe even rook g6 right now.
Okay, first black can go rook g6, rook d6, king c7, and how do you improve? b6. Oh, sorry, my bad. I mean, okay, h4, bc, bc.
Oh, there's also
Maybe rook g4.
there was an interesting way to.
Where?
So this is the more passive way of going about it. There was also here backing up a bit, rook g8. This is, yes, the active choice. After c5, a good active option is to go rook g1. My plan was to initially go rook g2, but it's not as accurate. With rook g1 followed by rook d6, king c7, there is no rook e6 anymore. And here king f2 is like the point of consideration, but then at the same time, now going either rook g6 or rook g4 are both very viable options, and even rook b1, yes, you're right. If we manage to get b4, f4 in return for e6, h6, great in my opinion. We'll grab c5 also soon enough. So we could have a potential pawn race between one of our pawns on the queen side versus the h pawn, which again, like one pawn up, and at the same time not really like far or not really behind in the pawn race with the rooks on the board.
Yeah, it can be even risky to weaken that much the queen side, and yeah, I guess c4 is nothing that black should be worried about. Of course, it requires calculation, but yeah, just the position is it has a lot of safety, so that black has different options, and the position will remain with the same evaluation, and it will be a matter of choice. But yeah.
Okay, so the fun part about moving backwards is that now we're on board 1 of UTRGV versus Webster, the crazy game that has gotten crazier as time passed. So now we just have our time to discuss this, how it had ended up happening. I already see the rook on e8 in the live position, and I'm very happy about black getting rook e8 as I was trying to make it happen in our last discussion. But let's continue.
Okay, so what happened in the game? We discussed that black is going to try to develop bishop d6, bishop f4, and the rook will come to e8. So you were right. And let's actually move on because it's getting more and more interesting. Oh, sorry, my bad. 1 second. So knight g1 is a very deep move. I guess it's opening the rook, like rook b3 is an idea, or rook d3 also can be. The knight can come to e2, so Viktor Kazik is showing some interesting ideas and like very nice imagination. It's not so easy to decide to play knight g1 in this position where each move is very, very like everyone is trying to be as fast as possible, and simply moving your knight back on the beginning position is something that requires responsibility. And d6 happened, bishop e2, bishop d7, rook d3. So the rook from h3 came finally in the game. Bishop e5, b3, which is provoked. h5, take bishop f5. So now, as we see, like black sacrificed the pawn, but they made the f5 square free so that they can pin the rook. And it seems that they are winning some material here. What do you say?
Yeah, black seems to have a great position. Somehow that king on d8 was never attacked, and right now at this moment there are threats of everything. You see how black is not even captured on d3 in the last couple of moves despite having chances, because they're just very comfortable in their skin right now. Even right now, going for bishop f5, they're just so comfortable with the position that white is at a lack of moves. Black has threats all over the board. Bishop d3, queen d2 ideas, rook d3, and this position Aram has played the last couple of moves in making sure that they improved the position. So the bishop that was almost dead on c8, couple of moves back, the rook that was on h8, every piece has developed from almost nothing to having a great spot on the board. So bishop d6, bishop f4 idea, rook e8 idea. This, even the b8 rook improved to b6, and finally the last piece of bishop, the c8 bishop, came into play when black played this move h5. So black included the last piece in the attack, managed to get every piece just creating threats on the chessboard. And the knight on g1 unfortunately did not contribute to the defense. Not sure if there was other moves for knight, like the knight to d2 there back then instead of knight g1. But it's not, in this moment knight g1 did seem like a actually good choice because there is knight e2 coming up. So it's just that probably it was too slow for white to play, and white did not judge the fact that black will have a very good attack coming up very quickly.
Why don't you play rook b3
After d6 here, rook b3.
Just trade off
So yeah, that one did just Jacobian one, and Yuxta round out the draw.
Oh, nice.
Oh, great. So we have news coming in from the live matches,
Yeah, I guess
and
when you want.
black did convert this position that we were discussing. Aram won the game. It will be nice to see how he finally converted the position, and we will have the telecast in 15 minutes or so. And another news is UTD versus University of Missouri. Board 4, Carolus versus Loca. Carolus did manage to hold on to a draw position that got worse for him. There was a point where the 4 of the pieces were there on the board for Carolus, and every 3 of those were in the last rank: rook on e8, rook on e8, and knight on c8. But he did manage to hold on to the draw, find the right moves when the time was demanded so. And with that, I think we're happy that our board 4 with black pieces has managed something very difficult, at least from the position that had finally arrived. And we could possibly see the other UTD games.
Yeah, so we have a draw on board number 4, and we can move which board, I guess. Let's see board number 2, because there we also had an interesting endgame where Antipov managed to grab a pawn out of his attack, and yeah, Kostov is trying to hold the position, which seems possible to me. Yeah, both sides are playing very natural moves. White is still just up a pawn, but black is trying to create some threats on the queen side, and yeah, black is losing the g5 pawn, and again black is down a pawn, and these 2 pawns f5 g4 seem to be very, very dangerous. And yeah, it's not easy to stop f6 g5 g6 for black, especially with this rook on a2, which is trapped over there. And yeah, looking at this position, I would probably say that white can be winning, because yeah, f6 g5 is coming, and yeah, these 2 pawns on the king side are really faster than the counterplay of black of the queen side. And yeah, the rook cannot come very fast, because even after, like, is that the game end or not yet?
Not yet, but could have ended, because there's not much, and I could hear your voice lowering with the heavy heart that you're announcing that. Yeah, but it's quite sad that black was not able to hold on. But well, this game was not salvageable as much as board 4 game was. Like, yes, it is, because what's going to happen is that there's going to be mate threats.
I mean, now it's white to move also.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
no
it's
f6.
not going to happen rook f2, it's probably f6 or even rook c2 directly. So white is going to threaten with checks.
No, like f6, f7.
Yeah, I mean, both ways
Yeah,
it's
okay,
winning.
f6 too, yeah.
Because white will threaten a mate, a bunch of checks, and promotion at the same time. Whereas black has a4, a3, 2 moves. Within 2 moves, probably black is gonna succumb to the threats, yeah. Okay, so moving on, maybe we can check out board 3, because we had good hopes, so we would like some good news there, hopefully.
Yeah, so we stopped on the moment where white found this interesting idea of playing g6, sacrificing a pawn so that they can open up the king side, followed by h5 and even h6. We were thinking here maybe, actually we were considering, yeah, queen g3, but white decided to go right away h6, which seems very logical, and even h7. So now, okay, pushing this pawn can be either, of course, good because it's very dangerous, but also there is a thing that this pawn on h7 is actually closing the rook, and black king is hiding behind this pawn. So honestly, in some cases, white would prefer on h7 to be a black pawn so white can open up, because now there is no way to open up the h file because white cannot take their own pawn, obviously, and the black king is successfully hiding behind brown's pawn. Of course, I'm not saying the black king on h8 is completely safe, and as noticed, the king on b1. So after king h8, queen g1, threatening, I guess, bishop g5. Also, maybe some ideas moving the knight, queen d4, knight b5. It depends what black plays. Queen c5, okay, depending the g5 pawn. Putting an eye on the a3 pawn, rook h2, bishop f6, rook g2. Yeah, white is really attacking the g5 pawn. Bishop g7, rook g5. So yeah, white successfully took that pawn because it was not possible for black to defend it. I'm not sure about this bishop f6, bishop g7.
Yeah, I mean, bishop f6 makes logical sense. You want to make sure that nothing happens on the diagonal because that's the only way white can get an immediate win is get a check on that a1, h8 diagonal. So till bishop f6 it made sense to me, but here voluntarily giving up g5, probably rook g5 white. Okay, if right now rook g5 is just not possible because of queen g5, it's not like white can sacrifice their exchange. So just holding on to this position may not have been a very bad idea. I think what white had in mind is this, that if knight a3, b3, queen c3, bishop b2, and now black is probably scared of the bishop on f6 being hanging or something like that. So it's something like this, and there's knight e6. Oh yeah, sorry, knight b5, not knight e6. So maybe black saw some of this, and just to make their knight a3 work, they felt like they could go back bishop g7. But I guess after rook g5, white does have a move to stop that, right? Because now rook g5 or not does not. So
We lost that board in board 2.
okay. I guess, I mean, yeah, knight. So here my point was that queen c3, bishop b2 is still okay, right?
You mean here right now?
Yeah,
after queen
this is
c3,
what
bishop
happened
b2?
in the
No,
game.
bishop takes now, right? And then you have the c2.
Oh, so you're saying after bishop b2 that there is like bishop d4, but then queen d4 though? How is like those? No, like you're losing the knight on
Yeah,
b6.
Yeah, so I thought bishop b2 still will save, but I think after bishop b3, knight a4, which is what happened on the board. Yeah, after knight a4, there's no bishop b2 anymore. And we just got the information that we lost on this board as well. So there was knight a4, bishop a4, ba4, followed by bishop b2. So bishop b2 did happen, but by this point, the bishop on a2 is not there anymore. The b file is also exposed. This was a very good fight by Brian, who was finding out great ideas like g6. Maybe closing on the h file very soon was not the best way to play, like h5 all the way up to h7. But during the game, the nerves can get the best of you, and what you want to do is kind of ensure sometimes that you have something, maybe without pushing h6 all the way up, h6, g6, he might have felt like, oh, he might not have his pawn all the way up to h7 and might not even get the pawn back. So he went for some sort of security, but it did close the file and did not generate enough counterplay. Yeah, that's an unfortunate loss because we had some very good hope from this position early on. Even towards the end, maybe it was some salvageable after queen c3, bb2 instead of bishop b3. So say bishop b2. There is no bishop d4 as we were discussing with the audience member.
Because
Then the queen needs to just go back.
also
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no bishop d4, so the queen needs to go to c7, let's say. I mean, there is no other option. And if we manage to push black's queen all the way up to c7, this might have been Even there are some rook g6 ideas, knight e6 ideas for later. Say right now bishop b3.
96 and then rook g6.
But queen c2 is hanging.
Yeah, not right away. This, yeah, not possible because of queen b2 mate, but say bishop b3 first, and now we come back with the 96 ideas as we were thinking. Obviously, after bishop b3, probably there is knight a4 or knight c4 options. Knight c4 will allow knight e6. Both knight a4 and knight c4 allow knight e6. F e6, bishop g7, queen g7, rook g6 or no, bishop a4, ba4 and then rook g6.
What is this?
I think intermediate knight c3 check would be good. And before
I mean, when?
before takes.
There was no
Knight
time.
e6, knight c3 check, and then if he takes.
Knight e6, knight c3. I see. Knight c3.
No, but-
bishop c3.
Yeah.
Knight g7. Yeah, the problem here is there is no threat for black anymore at all. This is what probably something that Brian was hoping for when he took his pawn to h7, that now in this situation taking the h7 pawn is risky, not taking the h7 pawn is also risky. So this was probably the hope of white, but yeah, we lost on the board after bishop b3. It was just a blunder under time pressure. Yeah, that's what we thought so, but probably this was the idea, and it did not lead to a very bad position or anything. It's not that white is losing here if you play bishop b2. It's just that bishop b3 is a blunder that loses to knight a4. Yeah, lesson for us that probably if the opponent's pieces are attacking, we should try to push them back first. Yeah, this, I mean, of course, like a grandmaster does not miss these things very often. It's just that he was under time pressure and did not notice, and probably thought that it's the same thing, bishop b3 followed by bishop b2 or bishop b2 followed by bishop b3. Well, we only have one game going on live. Yeah. University of Missouri already secured their win against UTD in the round 2 of the President's Cup. And David is holding on to a draw. Oh wait. No, but this may not
Be a draw anymore.
Okay, so maybe let's see how that whole thing happened, just so because it seems that Oparin showed a very good technique. The last position seemed to be tough for David, and okay, so far everything is very logical. Putting the structure f2, g3, h4 is the very best way to play with white, and that exact thing was made by David. So yeah, black is trying to improve step by step. Of course, like defending 3 versus 2 is way easier than defending 4 versus 3. And still, David played pretty much precise until this moment. So yeah, here Oparin is trying to set some traps, and actually after rook a2 the trap is being set because here the only move apparently for white is to play king g3, and I'm not sure about king going back. Looks a bit passive. Maybe there is some defense by like rook f8, and so that king f3 is not there. But yeah, I guess way simpler is to play king g3 and on f4 king h3, and now the e4 pawn cannot move, and black will simply start. White will start giving checks, and yeah, that could have been easier. For example, on something like rook f2, we can just simply give a check and then give like a few more checks. I don't know, like king f6. Now, okay, oh, it's actually not so easy for white, even though here like rook f8, king e7.
Maybe rook,
Wait a second. So what's the difference? Okay, between. Okay. So I'm so sorry. Like after rook f2, white can just simply go rook b3, and okay, the pawn is defended. And the problem with king e3 is that now, after f4, king e4, now, yeah, it's gonna be hard for that the king is far away and it's cut. Through the e5, it's going to be hard to defend the f3 pawn.
Yeah, so just for the audience to see it a bit more, understand this critical position a bit more clearly, as Gergana was saying, king g3, f4, move
Yeah,
number
king- yeah,
61,
yeah.
king g3, f4, king h3, and here after, if rook a3, there is king g2, so defended, and if rook f2, there is rook b3. So the king here does not come in the way of the rook on the third rank to defend the f3 pawn. Instead, what happens in the game is that after king on e3, after f4 check, if the king goes to d3, there is rook f2, and there is no defending the pawn on the third rank from the third rank. So there is no rook b3 anymore. So the difference between king d3 and king h3 is that the rook could have come back on b3 and saved the day. And this is what made like the tap of rook a2, king e3, f4 happen. And on the same note, after rook a2 check, we were discussing that king g3 should should make a draw, like should make the draw happen. Also, that's technically king f1 also makes the draw happen. That's some input from our engine friend. And after king f4, there is rook f8. So as Gergana was saying, this is technically a draw. We haven't analyzed it in detail, but it was also a possibility. This is obviously harder to. No, if you go rook b3, you go for the passive defense, and it probably might not work out. So I mean, it may also work out, but rook f8 is better because rook b3, then yeah, king g3. So you cannot. You need to have either the rook or the king being active. Usually you want both, but because of the checks, black ensures that you don't get both. So yeah, either you have rook b3 with king h3, or you have rook f8 with king f1. Both could have been potential draws, but unfortunately David could not find out the threat. And then after, in the current position of the game, after rook e2, king d5, black just plays king h4, king g3. So white will try, but yeah, after king g3. The problem is that the king is too far away and not in a position to stop the f-pawn combined with the rook. So yeah, it's pretty sad for David, who was holding on for a really long time and finally was not able to save it. Even before, there was a point, just for some extra possibility, to maybe say here, not go rook b6 back and just stay with the rook on e6. f5 and f4 will still come, but my thinking was that, say f5, say we just play, it's our move, right? Yeah, we just play king f2, and right now the king cannot move, so f5, and then we just continue to play king e2 or king g3 even, and we're somewhat in the similar position. But say here, even if we did play king e2, f4, and we allowed all of this, this is not great, but what my point is that someone needs to defend e5. So with the rook continuing to remain on e6, someone needs to defend on e5. And this does not allow the black king to go king h4, king g3. If the rook goes and defends e5, which the rook was defending, but now this is not enough because we'll just give checks. So this was also maybe one, so it's just to show that some mistakes happened even before for this final position to happen. Maybe if like just continuing with the rook on the e file, going rook e8 could have been a better choice. But yeah, these positions with low time on the clock and more pressure on your shoulders, with your teammates also not doing so well, some sort of morale also, it's tough to save it overall. It's just not about the position anymore then.
Yeah, here as we can see, David had 1 minute on the clock, and with 1 minute on the clock, it's not so easy to see all these details and the tiny difference between king on d3 and king on h3. So yeah, that is going to be a tough lesson. And with that, the match already finished, 3.5 to half, in favor of Missouri. Yeah, the tournament is really tough, and UTD is facing really strong opponents. From what we can see, yeah. I hope, we hope tomorrow our guys can, just as nothing happened, make a comeback and play their best chess. Chess, of course, is not very easy after these two very tough matches today. We will still hope that they can put themselves together and tomorrow do better than today, but they all put a lot of effort, which is visible by the preparation. Just in the end, so happened very unfortunate, like for example in David's game and in Brian's game, that in the time travel the luck was not on our side, and we lost these games. Maybe now we can just see what happened, we can see what happened in the other match. We already know that here Aram won against Gazik. So on the second board, some rook game happened, and black is down a pawn. So it's interesting what happened. We had this position where both sides were just waiting for each other, and finally black decided to not keep holding the pressure on the d-file and taking. So let's follow what happened. Some simplifications, but on the way black lost one pawn, and now black can even lose another pawn after, probably f into e4 is coming, not letting black to go e4. Bless you. And after f into e5, I guess rook h2. White is going to be up a pawn. Maybe that is not critical, but definitely is very concerning for black. I'm not sure how this position is. c4, I guess rook h3. Maybe something like this. c5, king e7. Yeah, it's not easy for black, to be honest. Like c6, f4 requires yeah, I think just lost here. Successfully we lost that position, which means that, okay, it's not very easy, honestly, for black. Actually, let's see if there's some movies on the board. Okay, so actually white didn't take on e5, white just played rook f6 with idea after e into f4, rook f5, and rook f4. And now, after rook h2, maybe something like rook h4 is going to follow, and okay, that's a really nice trap set by Benjamin Cladura. Very, very smart realization. Yeah, so yeah, let's see what will happen here and how will Irakli try to defend this position. Maybe he'll go for e4, which seemed like the most logical. This position can be even losing, but yeah.
Let's take a moment to see how Beratse got a slightly worse position from an equal position, or to better say it, how Benjamin converted. So this is where we stopped, and we were discussing g5 here. Probably going a5 and trying to counter in the same turf where white has the advantage was not the best choice, because after a5, pawn takes, black does have to exchange one rook, and it's just that they take time after rook d4, rook a8 to get that back, and in the meantime there is rook b4 ideas, rook c4, rook b4 ideas. Probably black missed that there is rook c4, rook b4 idea, and they were thinking that it's not going to be a problem to just capture on a5 back and create some weakness on, and basically break the good pawns of white. So white had a good thing going with a4, b4, c3, and probably he thought that he's going to get it back without any difficulty, but missed this small detail of intermediate move, rook c4 check, and then rook b4 as opposed to rook b4 directly. So this is what led to black losing that one pawn, which might in this case end up costing the game, because after this position, yeah, simply rook f4 and having one pawn extra on both sides. We can calculate rook h4 takes gh4, but this looks just winning because black is going to spend so much time coming to c5, c4, and then c3. So that's just 3 moves spent coming to c3, and another 2 moves to go back to e5. Just like 5 moves, whereas white needs only 4 moves to capture the pawn and 1 move to move. Like, yeah. Actually, it was not that far, so if just black had 1 move extra, they would have made it. So you can keep going. Like, in this position, if they had just made it to king f6, they would have made it, but in this it doesn't happen so, because there is king g7 simply. So yeah, after the nice trap, having 1 pawn extra on each side should be winning for white. Good conversion by Benjamin, and exactly what Kekana said, that one side needs to make a mistake for a result to happen, and that's exactly what happened. a5, the inaccuracy by Beratse on move 31, was the mistake that basically caused the game.
Yeah, we will see if it cost the game. So far the game is still playing. We don't have information from the playing venue, but yeah, as you know guys, we are with 15 minutes delay, so yeah, I guess the guys are still playing, and yeah, they reached that moment that, yeah, white is losing the h6, black is losing the h6 pawns, and okay, these 2 pawns, c2 and c3 and g3, are winning for white. If the pawns were, let's say, c3 and a3, would have been better for black, and they would have had better chances, but like c3 and g3, it's going to be winning for white. So here Beratse is in really tough position where Benjamin just has to keep playing precisely, and that will lead to, yeah, to the victory. And actually what will happen in this match is that, okay, so Webster won on board number 1, Webster is expected to win on board number 2, on what happened in the other two boards is so both are they playing. Let's actually see, because that's gonna be interesting if actually UTRGV can come back. So maybe check the game of Harsha against Tudin. Yeah, they're both very low on time, and they're having this end game. Actually, white is up a pawn, but there are opposite color bishops on the board, which gives black some draw chances. And if Dudin manages to convert this into a win, and also Druska, okay, it would be very surprising if black converts this to win, because black is the one here fighting for the draw. So, yeah,
Something crazy must have happened in the board 4 for those f5 and e5 pawns just to disappear. The ones that we thought are gonna basically queen. So first, white missed the small tactic of queen e4, queen d4. Definitely not easy to see. And then even f5 should have been like a pretty solid advantage for white, but something so happened that white did not. White just lost these pawns. Okay, so they did make a passed pawn out of it. The passed pawn reached e7, is it? Well, my question is, why not push e7 long ago, like here maybe? Queen c4, queen f7.
Resign.
Yeah. Yeah, white should.
King should be on h7, not h8.
So
Okay.
we will give check first, yeah. And then maybe queen g6 is happening here. Queen e4, queen g6. But that okay, then queen
Okay,
e4.
so what do you play now?
Yeah, queen c6, and then we just wait for a second.
Okay, can I just go h3?
Yeah, they just take a second to wait. Yeah, here
Maybe here just
queen c2, even queen e8 should win this, but okay, let's not be rushing through it. Let's just play rook f1. Yeah, rook d8
No,
should
rook
also.
d8, queen c1, queen c1 and queen c7, I guess.
Yeah, let's just go rook f1. My point is, if queen b2, then I even have
No, queen.
queen e8, yeah.
Mm,
Check, yes. And queen f8.
no, wait, king f7, king g7, then why you no, this is not right.
Queen e1 check, king h2, queen e5. Okay, we need to not be as
Okay.
casual about this game.
okay, 1 second.
Okay, queen f7, queen c6, and
Okay, it doesn't seem
h3 seems good, h3 followed by queen c2. And now we need to be careful where we take a rook.
Okay, 1 second.
There or rook,
Ah, rook d7.
yeah.
And so there is no check.
There is no checks on f4 or c7 after queen c1 check. There is no queen c6 here.
Queen g6.
Maybe just queen g6, king g6, rook b7. And then get the second pawn also.
No,
Just rook a7 even.
Yeah.
Actually, we can just even
Yeah, just
make a passed pawn and wait.
Yeah,
Play. Mm, yeah. King f7, e3, and then they probably cannot take because of just. We can, yeah.
Play for
Just king h2 first, yeah. King d6, even b4 should be enough, like of a win. It's way too far for.
But is that the best, like, best defense for black?
Maybe we're like not playing the exact way, but the point is that this should have been played on the chessboard, given the best chances of win. Like, if the pawn is already on e6, white should have gone e7 sooner than later.
Wait, just play queen c1 first.
King h2.
Okay, and now I just go like, let's say rook c8 or something.
Queen.
Take it, and then go, oh, what am I saying? Okay, that's the, maybe rook pawn.
Still queen, right? Yeah, if you do have a pawn, probably push it. Don't wait. Don't wait for the moments to pass and your opponent to take it somehow away from you.
Yeah.
So, Quesada was not in their best shape going for this line. Even this should be winning, but yeah, after this, yeah, it's just, there's no way to save it anymore, so he decided to at least get a pawn on the queen side. But this is not easy to win at all. Now just rook b4.
Ah, yeah, rook b4.
King back g8.
No, queen c8.
Oh, sorry.
Here, maybe just. Ah, my bad. Okay, then it's draw. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it's rook b4 should. Was rook b4 played in the game?
Let's
Yeah, rook
refresh.
b4 was played.
Same mistake.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
so it's on the board.
Yeah, Quesada must be very disappointed, and especially to keep fighting in a position after this is almost impossible. Wow, and yeah, this is even that was the Oparin versus David game was a technically draw position. This is a bigger technically draw position. So yeah,
Maybe, I don't know.
I think you can even give up the black pawn.
overall demoralizing for the Webster representative. Even though the other boards of Webster are doing very well, so draw is sufficing for the final win. But we have to keep in mind that the tiebreaks are first tiebreak game point, and every game basically matters irrespective of whether the team is winning or not. So losing that half point here, especially from a super winning position, missing the tactic is not fun.
Yeah, it happens in chess. So yeah, here Druska manages going through a lost position to reach this endgame with down a pawn, but where the position is a theoretical draw, and yeah, of course, in front of him is still a defense that he needs to show. As we already saw in the David against Oparin game, it's not so easy sometimes, even in these endgames 2 versus 1, which seemingly are not so hard to make a draw, but there are some details that when you're low on time, sometimes you can just miss. So let's see if Druska will manage to show the correct defense here for black. I'm pretty sure Quesada will keep pushing because okay, he had such a winning position through the whole game that it's not very easy to accept a draw. And the last game, so okay, Gledura already won the game, so let's just see how it happened. We were discussing that yeah, these C3, G3 pawns are technically winning for white, and that has been proved by Gladura, who is just like pushing the pawns, and yeah, G7 is coming, followed by Rook A8, Rook A7, and yeah, it could be a draw if there was not this C5, C4 pawn, but I mean, yeah, there is no way it could be a draw. Yeah, so yeah, good technique here from white side, and this is giving Webster their second win after the win of Aram Hakobian. So now Webster is leading 2.5, no, just 2, but okay, the fourth board is probably gonna end up in a draw. And let's see board number 3, where the position is the most complicated and unclear. Gleb Dudin is trying to convert his material advantage into point. Actually, he has every right to try, because now we see that actually he's 2 pawns up, like at the current moment. Maybe there is King F5, but King F5, it's not so easy to play, because, okay, like staying in the line of the rook is very dangerous. Maybe there is King E3. Yeah, so here I guess taking on F5 can be dangerous for black, and they can play something like Bishop B6, or you're choosing maybe something like Knight C2 followed by Knight D4. Also, there is no King E3 anymore. Actually, let's refresh the game and see if something happened. No, so okay, yeah. Rook H2 is on the board. I guess the idea is could be that Bishop F4, King F4, Rook H3 take at least 1 pawn, or simply that now that the rook is on H3, the knight on F4 cannot move, and because it's gonna lose the H3 pawn. Yeah, it's interesting if white is in a very good shape. Maybe King G4, yeah, that's what I was thinking, King G4, and now on Bishop F4 there is simply Rook F4, and white is just keeping all the pawns. And also King G4 defending the F5 pawn, and white is actually 2 pawns up. Both opponents are low on time, so we see black has just 11 seconds, 10 seconds. Oh, okay, rook, okay, so the exchange on F4 happened, and here it doesn't seem very good for black, because not only that they're 2 pawns down, but also white has this bishop against knight, where the combination bishop and rook against versus rook and knight, as we know, is better for the bishop and rook, because especially with pawns on both sides, the bishop is a piece which is controlling not only one side of the board. From, for example, from A2 I can control the whole diagonal, and the knight on B4 has not so fast movement, and that is yeah, not in favor of Harsha. Yeah, let's keep watching.
Yeah, this game saw some very good chess by both sides, especially Dudin, who continued to stay consistent with the good chess. So somewhere around this position is where we left. Here, my grand plan of knight h6 was not in the works, and Harsha chose knight e5, knight e5. And at some point, if you see that for like another couple of moves, for basically a bit more than 20 moves, there was tension, and then finally Dudin broke that and did it in a timely manner to exchange the queens. But this position is still pretty equal with the double bishop. Things changed slightly when Harsha like made some slight inaccuracy and didn't see this threat of like bishop a6 followed by knight d3 and losing the pawn. Even this was not too bad after rook b8, knight takes here with some ideas of bishop e5 followed by bishop c3 coming into play. Knight b4 is not too bad, but bishop e5 followed by bishop c3 here would have been better for black. And after knight b4, bishop c4, bishop e5, even this, like, black is somehow trying to hold. We reached this position, we saw this, but if you see in the next couple of moves is when Duden converted very well. So just pushing the pawns on the king side, making sure that there is no weakness, and this bishop on c4 very strongly protecting both b3 and a6 pawns, and that a7 pawn could even be a target sometime in the future. So securing the queen side with one pawn extra, playing on the king side, making sure that their bishop is active, and then some inaccuracies by Harsha also. Probably f5 should not be like gone for because of the e6 and g6 weaknesses. But yeah, like this is that sometimes you were in that mode that you want to counter, because that's what black has been doing so far in the game. That's maybe why f5 was chosen, because now there was rook d2 check. But it's just that even after this happening, it does not lead to much. Very interesting pawn set of pawn moves, but finally turning out in white's favor. So calculating every part of this, and both players were already low on time by this point, making sure that white turns out to be the better player after these pawn exchanges was very impressive calculation by Duden. Like here, finally king f5 is not possible because of just knight d4, rook d4, king e3 in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess this should be winning. Maybe, yeah, this check, king f5, rook f5, king f5, king b4, and yeah, so like the knight from b4 is gonna be kicked out, and then the simple one of pushing the b pawn, and yeah, in the end, like one of these two pawns is going to be turned into a pass pawn, and yeah, it's not gonna be possible. Also, the h3 pawn can be easily protected by the bishop, so that's why here king into f5 is not possible, and that's what forced the move bishop b6. And it so happened that actually the pawn f5 just it was won by white, and now white is not just one pawn but another pawn up, so two pawns, and 2 pawns down is a serious like 2 pawns up is a serious advantage, which was converted in the time trouble from Gleb Dudin representing UTRGV. And even though UTRGV is losing the match, Gleb showed good calculation, good technique, good intuition in the time trouble, maybe understanding of the position, and he managed to outplay his opponent. I mean, he didn't manage so far, but maybe he will manage. There are still playing, and maybe, oh, okay, so we have a result on board number 4. The opponents agreed to a draw finally in this 2 versus 1, so okay, g4 follow at some point. Yeah, so g4 takes, and yeah, this is an easy draw no matter how many pawns are on g file. So yeah, draw. Nothing surprising. So in this case, Druska managed to defend, and taking into consideration the position he had, he should be very happy with that draw. That is not helping though, because I mean, it's not that it's not helping, but UTRGV is losing this match. So Webster was stronger on first 2 boards. I guess this is the last game, and let's keep watching.
Yeah, sure.
Or we can.
How much time is left?
We don't know, maybe 10-15 minutes more.
Sum it up, wrap it up. You're 15 minutes over now.
Well, so this position, our contemporaries will basically summarize tomorrow, and we can see, probably white should be able to convert into a win, but maybe in time pressure with rook and knight some threats can happen, some checks or something. It is important, like it's nice to note that for UTRGV, Gleb Duden has won both matches today. In the morning, he beat Grandmaster Raja Harshit, and right now he is is also like in a plus position against, sorry, not beat, but yeah, in a good position against Harsha. So even though it's like they're playing higher opposition and the team is struggling a bit, it's impressive play. All the teams are fighting very well, and this is a competition of good chess, better nerves, and everything combined with so much pressure on the players fighting for the best spot of the President's Cup. And they've been working very hard. I'm sure all teams have been putting a lot of effort, and we see some very interesting chess over the course of these two matches so far.
Yeah, so we can finish for today, and tomorrow is going to be the decisive day where the champion will be decided.
Most probably the champion is going to be decided between the Webster University and the University of Missouri tomorrow. And so far, we will not take into consideration this match. So Mizzou has won their matches 3.5 and 2.5, so they have a total of 6 points. Webster, if they manage to get something better score on the board of Harsha versus Student, then they will have more than 6 points. Otherwise, they will also have 6 points. So it will basically come down to the battle between Webster and Mizzou themselves tomorrow, and decide who's going to win the game point and the match point, both basically. And the underdogs, UTD versus UTRGV, both University of Texas branches, are going to be fighting against each other tomorrow. And we hope to see you tomorrow, and we will have our commentary going on as well with our teammates doing the same at 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. in the morning. Thank you guys. Thanks for joining. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.